Let's begin the 2025 summit of the International Society for the Study of the Information. Now, there is the panel on the globalization, social information, and the social epistemology. Professors, scholars, and the students. Now, welcome speech was made by Professor Ouyang Kang, Director of the Institute of the State Governance, Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon or good morning to our friend from Austria, Macedonia, and also I think in Britain and some other countries, also in Italy and some other countries. So welcome you all for this international conference. Firstly, I'd like on behalf of the Institute of State Governance and the International Alliance for Social Epistemology Studies and all the organizers, welcome you come to this important conference. So I should thank firstly for the International Association for the study of information. This is actually a special session for this big conference. The International Society for the Study of Information is organized in actually in Austria, and will hold the 2025 summit in Bulgaria. But we here especially has the session for this great conference as a part of it. This association actually has some special relationship with Huazhong University of Science and Technology. I think about 14 years ago, the Information Center in Huazhong University for Social Information Studies organized a conference for that. And we suggested to establish association for the information studies. Professor Wolfgang Kritische and some others, we are the founding president for that association. After that, the association, I think, worked very well. And this year, we'll organize a special conference in Bulgaria. And especially thanks to the Institute for Global Substantial Information Society in Austria, especially for Wolfgang Hofkinder. He organized a special gallery for the social information studies. I think this is also a part of this information science studies in the world. So I think we feel honored to be two parts, to be the part of these two levels conference here. And thanks for all the sponsors. Also for this conference, I'd like to especially thanks for the Institute for, especially, I think, the International Alliance for the Study of Social Epistemology, especially Professor Steve Fuller. We co-chair this alliance. He is actually now in Britain, in University of Warwick, I think, for different time here, and tried hard to arrange his time. And also for this conference, we have also the Center for the Social Epistemology Studies in Huazhong University of Science and Technology. And also we have Social Epistemology Virtual Teaching and Reform Office at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. This is actually a part for state education And also we have the Social Epistemology Committee of Chinese Society for Dialectic Materialism Studies. I think they especially gave us the chance to do the special research for social epistemology. And also I'd like to thanks to Institute or School for Philosophy and also Marxism School in this university. This conference also get the permission and support for the foreign affairs in this department, especially for the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. So thanks for all. And there are so many scholars join us. You already have the program. I think it's really lucky have so many important scholars. I think, thank you very much for all of you for this conference. And the second why we have such kind of topic, we called it globalization, social information, and the social epistemology. You know, we are in the special period for the globalization. Actually, personally, I think globalized the world is in the process of a special transform from the traditional globalization to a new kind of modernization. Especially you may find the situation in the world recently changed greatly, even not only up or out beyond our prediction. And also, I think there are many things we cannot thinking and unpredictable. So we are facing a very complex and transferable society or world. Different countries have to find a different position in this especially new world. And from this angle, all discipline for the scientific studies and the teaching courses should face such kind of things. So how can we really know, understand, and master such kind of the world? We need to pay our attention to this. And especially, I think we have a special word which called social information. Information include different kind of information in different area, nature, society, and for human being. Generally, we divide it into three parts. But the social information is the key contents for human life, human protection, and the society, and especially in the communication between people and people, family and family, country and country, different parties and different countries and cultures. So actually, social information is relatively more complex existence and transferred by different ways, as it has different meanings, especially influenced by people's life. So how can we really deal such kind of information? Especially we are thinking that now I think especially AI, emerging this AI, actually what are they facing to the information, natural information or social information or human beings information? That's difference. And one more thing is about social epistemology. I think now we have many members, they come from different countries, and all of you join the International Alliance for the Social Epistemology Studies, especially Professor Steve Fuller, who is one of the founder in the Western world, especially English language world. And I personally study social epistemology, I think, for a long time. So we tried very hard to contribute our energy and the knowledge to social epistemology. So based on three key words, we established this especially session for this kind of topic, and we will focus on such kind of problems. And I found that many scholars, they stopped their topics around the three keywords, and they organized their lecture topics. Thank you very much for this. So finally, I like to give out my wishes. I hope this conference, even though we cannot really see it face to face, but I think this especially communication gave us a special chance. We can go back our academic interest and the studies, and also we change the friendship we established for a long time, or also have some new friend. And especially, I think we can, by exchange the academic ideas, we can find some new idea to start in the near future. So give my wishes and give my thanks, and especially I think give my regards to all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Professor Ouyang Kang, for a wonderful welcome speech. Welcome, Professor Wolfgang Hofkirchner. He is the director of the Institute for Global Sustainable Information Society, Australia. Welcome, Professor Wolfgang, the opening speech.
Yeah, thank you so much, dear colleagues, dear friends. I think there is a kind of, do you hear me good? Because there is some repercussion on this, okay? So, and dear all, I'm very happy that this panel can take place, thanks to Professor Kang Ouyang. And he already has talked about the organizational background which we had in order to do this. And I want to add only one point. Our institute for our Global Sustainable Information Society, which is located in Vienna, was came into action in 2019 only, and it has two units, and one unit it's about Emergent Systems, Information and Society. This unit is also a special interest group of the IS4SI, that is the International Society for the Study of Information. So we, GSIS, are also, GSIS is the abbreviation of our long name of the institute. So we are connected to IS4SI, which holds the summit every year, every second year. And this year, our special interest group organized, together with others several groups, for the first time, the so-called social information gatherings for the summit. And so, as you heard already, our today meeting, our panel today is part of this social information gatherings, and thus part of the IS4SI summit. Let me also talk about, give a short idea on the topic of our panel: globalization, social information, social epistemology. The last term marks the process in which social agents produce common awareness about the social systems they are members of. Social information signifies all information processes and their results in the human realm. And globalization indicates something that changes everything. There are global threats, but also global opportunities. And so we have to ask, in what sense is social information changed by globalization? And in what sense needs social epistemology to investigate the common awareness of actors when a common humanity is at stake? These are issues that are worth discussing, and I wish all of us a thoughtful exchange of ideas. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Kishda. Now let's take a group photo online. How to operate? How to?
对，他们都是吧，对。现
OK,
在也
open camera.
搞成那个9宫格吧。
Please wait a moment. Let adjust.
Yeah.
OK.
还有吧，
How many
问一问，yeah. How many totally
are online?
Okay.
OK. Everyone show yourself? No more, maybe.
Yeah, please. 对。
You can open your camera. Those who online, please open your camera.
Oh yeah, welcome. Yeah. Oh yes. Good. 还有吗 ？Any more?
线上的都把摄像头开着啊，那些中国的啊，对。
谁在截屏？你们那个
他们在截吧，应该。
Oh yeah, some more here. Okay. Wait.
还挺多，有一些人。
照相的也，对。
对，那个对。
还有吗？哦，还有。还有这是多少人呢？这是线上现在看的是多少人？他们还有耶，等一会儿啊。Yeah, please, all of you watch the screen. Yeah. 好了吗 ？OK。可以了，是吧？好。
OK. 接着开始，
你就接着开始。
The following is the keynote speech, Unit 1, moderated by Professor Dong Hui. Okay, thanks.
Welcome. It's truly my honor to be the moderator today for this thought provocation section. I think our topic today cuts to the core of how we understand, shape, and navigate the information landscape in the 21st century. So there will be 6 experts, famous scholars to give the presentation in this section. And I would like to remind our speakers that each of you have 15 minutes to present your insights. So please kindly adhere to the time limit to ensure the conference proceeds on schedule. Thank you for your operation. Now, first, let's welcome Steve Fuller. And his topic is, does generative AI help or hinder global information flow? Welcome, Steve Fuller.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
very
yeah.
clearly.
Okay. Okay, very good. Okay. So yes, I will only take 15 minutes. I want to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me, and I want to begin by pointing out something that Professor Ouyang Kang mentioned in his introductory remarks, which is that we're entering into a different phase of globalization. It's not the old kind of globalization, because for some of you who kind of remember what that was about, sort of in the 1990s, it was very much often understood as a kind of a Western domination of the world, but only in a more polite kind of way. And I think what we're seeing with this new kind of globalization is something quite different, and something that in a sense is a bit more egalitarian. I use this word cautiously, but in a sense more of a kind of a leveling situation. This kind of second kind of globalization that I think Professor Ouyang Kang was alluding to in his remarks. And this is where generative AI comes in. Okay, so the title of my talk is whether generative AI helps or hinder global information flow. And I'm basically going to say it helps. Okay, and I think the way to enter into this, and again, I'm going to start in a sort of a conceptual way, but then I'm going to move into more concrete stuff, because for those of you who are academics, you know that there is an enormous amount of concern in universities about the use of generative artificial intelligence to, for plagiarizing or manufacturing essays that aren't of student creation or even of researcher creation in many cases, right? So there's a sense in which already generative AI is sort of challenging a lot of the sort of, authority, legitimacy. It's already blurring boundaries, you might say, right? Particularly because it's so hard to detect, right? It's not like old-fashioned plagiarism where people would just cut and paste stuff from other people's work. This is a case in which stuff is being sort of recombined in what to the viewer or the reader would seem kind of creative, right? So in other words, it's not so easy to detect, and the plagiarism detectors can't necessarily catch it. Now, is this a problem? I guess this is kind of thing. To what extent this is a problem, and what is this a problem about? I think this is, in a sense, when we think about generative AI and the practical aspects of it, this is kind of where we should begin. We should begin by saying, yes, there's a kind of problem created here, but is it a kind of bad problem? Or is it kind of an interesting problem? And my view is that it's kind of an interesting problem. The way I would start with this is by kind of thinking about general views about the way in which we understand the nature of language, right? And generally speaking, we sort of imagine, and if you think going back to Chomsky, Noam Chomsky, or even before then, right, there's this idea that there's a kind of universal language capacity, and the kinds of things that we produce as individual speakers or writers of a given language are just one of many possibilities that are already contained within the language. And in a sense, the reason why these various things that we say manage to have significance or don't have significance, partly it has to do with the way they're constructed, right? So part of it has to do with the grammar, we might say, of it, but part of it also has to do with how it lands. In other words, how it enters into a particular context, how what we say interacts with the world as it is at the moment. And so sometimes certain things turn out to be quite significant that are said. And the issue is, it's not that only this person could have said it, anyone could have said it, but this person said it at this time, and this made all the difference. Okay? And I do think a lot of what we call meaning, right? Meaning is about that, right? It's about this kind of coincidence, you might say, between something that anyone in principle could have said, right? And they could have said it at any time, but it's said at a particular moment, and it's at that moment that it really matters, that it has meaning, that it influences things, that it changes things. And I think that's kind of where we need to begin when thinking about generative artificial intelligence, is that our conceptions of language already kind of contain, you might say, this possibility, right? And in a sense, because we're so much driven by what happens first, right? And who says what when, we don't quite appreciate the general context in which all of this is made possible. And I think, in a sense, what generative artificial intelligence does is to kind of foreground what makes this possible, okay? And so from that standpoint, it's kind of a wake-up call to sort of the way in which we've actually been sort of proceeding with regard to our language, the way we speak, the way we interact, communicate. But now we're sort of, in a sense, understanding it at a sufficiently global level that we can produce a model of it that sort of imitates a lot of what we do very well, right? In a way we couldn't do before. And so that's kind of where we are, I think, okay? And that's kind of the conceptual point. Now, in terms of the practical point, of course, one of the things that you're seeing now is that can somebody shut off there's someone here who's talking. Can they shut up? There's someone here who's interrupting. Okay, thank you. Right. So the thing is that we're in a position now where we can where we have these companies, right, OpenAI and so forth, right, that are in a sense in the business of generative AI, and part of what they're doing at the moment is buying up a lot of the academic stuff, right? So all the academic literature that's out there, right, from because as you probably know, right, throughout the Western world, certainly, most of the academic literature that's produced, right, is owned by a few multinational corporations, right, that bear the names of various publishers, Springer, Elsevier, Taylor and Francis, right, that there are all these different companies you're all familiar with that basically own all the journals. And so, they've been selling the stuff that academics have produced to AI, to generative AI firms, and often at very cheap prices, I should say. And of course, academics have been worried about the copyright side of this, right? And in a sense, the academics aren't being consulted, right? Their work is being used. But to be perfectly honest, I think from a legal standpoint, what copyright just simply means is the academics can use the work, but the people publishing it can use it as well. So it's a kind of multiple use thing. So I don't think the issue about academics complaining about the way this stuff is being sold is really an issue. But then the interesting question is, what does this end up doing in terms of the database for generative artificial intelligence? So when you have, people, users of generative artificial intelligence, students or researchers asking questions of it, what exactly is it that they get, right, as responses? Well, the interesting thing I would say is that it's not so biased in the way that academics would be. Okay, because if you actually are inputting all of the research that has been published in all of these journals, one of the things that you have done is that you've already kind of democratized the situation more than it normally is with academics. Because even though all of this research is already out there and academics could be reading it, as a matter of fact, right, 80% of the literature is ignored. Okay, so 80% of the published literature is ignored by academics normally because of the disciplinary paths, the path dependency of academic disciplines and research programs. Okay, and one of the but generative AI doesn't know about this, right? Generative AI doesn't know about the biases that are built into the academic publication system. All they have are the academic publications. And so from that standpoint, that is already a kind of democratizing move, okay? And this accounts for the fact that often when you consult generative artificial intelligence, you get answers that are somewhat different or maybe a little more interesting than you expected with regard to what something is about. Because often what generative artificial intelligence is doing is accessing stuff that normal academics would be ignoring, okay? And so I think this is an interesting phenomenon, right? This is an interesting phenomenon. And I think it's part of what makes generative AI actually very difficult to evaluate because in a sense, what it's the range of stuff that it can access is actually much broader and in a certain way less biased perhaps than what academics themselves would normally do. And I think this is the frame of mind that we should enter this situation. Now, I know people will talk about things like the various algorithms that might be built into generative AI, which sort of biases in various ways. But I think if you actually look at the fact that generative AI is largely data driven, right? So in other words, it's largely about mixing and matching stuff that's in its database, then I think it's bound to be more democratizing in terms of the way in which it produces stuff. And so this raises a lot of very interesting questions, especially from the standpoint of library and information science. And I've spoken about this before because within that field, right, there is this phenomenon called undiscovered public knowledge that is due to University of Chicago library and information scientist Don Swanson from the 1980s, when in a sense all of this kind of search engine stuff was just beginning. Okay, one of the consequences of that is that he was arguing that in fact, if you see that so much of the academic literature is not being read or cited, then what follows is that there's actually a lot of undiscovered public knowledge. And in other words, a lot of things that is already known, but in a sense, people aren't using it. They're not accessing it, but it's already out there. We don't need to, as it were, do more research, in the real world. We just need to figure out what we actually already have published, what we already know in that sense, right? What has already been researched. And if we actually have better access to that, then in fact, we can improve our knowledge much more efficiently than just commissioning new research that effectively reinvents the wheel, right? So in other words, if library and information science in a way gets on top of this issue with regard to generative artificial intelligence, we can actually have a more genuinely globalized kind of information flow. And I think this, in a sense, is the challenge for that field, right? So the people who work in library and information science, who are often seen as kind of handmaidens, right? Or kind of a bit second class, they are in fact the most important people as we move forward in terms of enabling us to actually be able to exploit all the knowledge that has already been published, but has not yet been exploited because people haven't been reading it and they haven't been citing it. And so it hasn't had any impact. generative artificial intelligence might be able to help us with that. And I'll stop my talk here because I think I've put enough on the table for people, and I want to keep it within the time. Is that okay?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think Theophilo's sharing was wonderful, and you were also very punctual. Yeah, thank you. Now let's welcome the second speaker, Karakev, who is the president of Macedonian Academy of Science and Arts, and his topic is social epistemology in digital world. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like, first of all, to thank the organizer for inviting me. I will try to share my PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, you can share your PowerPoint.
But where it's...
The green button that says share.
Yeah, I see it, but I cannot, for some share, I cannot see it.
It should be opened on your laptop. The document.
找不到你。How to does it look？ 你就不好办。Can you find the operations, how to share your screen? President Krakow? 这个是谁的才对？他是吧？哦，好像差不多，对。
Professor Kotsarev, I can open it for you. I have downloaded it. Do you want to? Professor Kotsarev, I can open the link for you. Can you?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
It's this one, right?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me, and but I don't have a control of that one. Next page, please. Can you do it? Okay, this is the outline of my talk. a brief introduction, and then I discussed 3 different topics very quickly: publishing, digital humanities, and creativity. And I will end up with a conclusion. Next, please. I start with something which is quite interesting, at least for me, just stressing the hegemony of Anglo-American hegemony in the academic research fields. This is something which was pointed out first time by the professor from the Pennsylvania University. His name is Suresh Kangaraja. I hope that I pronounced this well. And this is related to the famous story of Chinese dinosaurs. In the paper, in the article published by New York Times in 1997, they claimed that in China, there was something spectacular trove of dinosaurs fossils is found. Although the discovery had been made around 1 year earlier, actually, the American newspaper reported the news in that time because it was publicly announced by the Western scientists the day before during a conferences at Philadelphia. So this is the quote from the book of this professor, of this scientist. The whole world, it is claimed, knows about the fossils after the announcement at the Philadelphia conferences. It is if the finding is real only when the West gets to know about it. It is that the point. It is at that point that the discovery is recognized as a fact and constitutes the legitimate knowledge. Next, please. So, next, please. The estimate numbers of the previous, please. Estimate numbers of the human languages in the world is vary between 5,000 and 7,000. What we are witnessing today in the digital ecosystem that we have a language and geocultural diversity problem, which has been manifested firstly as a bias towards English and then bias towards a small group of largely European languages. UNESCO and From Science is stressing that we should open science, that we should actually participate or enhance the open science. So making this the potential of making the scientific process more transparent, inclusive, and democratic. So for that reason, UNESCO recommends to make multilingual scientific knowledge openly available, accessible, and reusable for everyone, and to increase scientific collaboration. In order to maximize digital creativity, sharing, innovation, the question whether digital environment can empower, enhance UNESCO open science recommendation. In this talk, I will discuss 3 themes: monopolies of knowledge versus monopolies of ignorance, monolingual versus multilingual digital humanities, and collective versus individual creativity, copyright culture in digital publishing. I start with this one. This is a well-known Canadian economist, Harold Adams Innes, which developed in the first half of the last century the concept of monopolies of knowledge. Next, please. In the history of human civilization, we have witnessed Promethean paradox of humanity's mastery of a nature, namely that the advances of sciences and technology essential for advancement of civilization, however, also imply the restraining of the human intellect. The first who actually who mentioned this one, this is well known, it was Socrates, who expresses his concern regarding the innovation of letters, of writings, and its implication for memory. Through their use of the written characters, learners will be hearers of many things and have learned nothing. This is a quote from the Socrates. They will appear to be omniscient and will generally know nothing. They will be tiresome company, having to show of wisdom without the reality. based on this was, I will not go into details. Actually, Ines developed the concept of monopoly of knowledge. For him, the innovation of the printing press caused mechanized ways of thinking through that mechanization has emphasizes complexity and confusion. It has been responsible for monopolies in the field of knowledge, and it becomes extremely important to any civilization. And he did, okay, next, thanks. Previous, yes, please. Previous slide. No, next slide, okay. The internet, the social networks, and other technologies have been in majority use in the world for the last less than 2 decades, maybe more a little bit, around 2 decades. But the scholars can already see some characteristics, advantages, and disadvantages of using the internet, the social networks, and other digital technologies. In the 20th centuries, monopolies of knowledge were created from those owning the equipment to make something public, whether a printing press or a TV tower. However, in the 21st century, from my point of view, publishing, in the sense of making things public, is becoming deprofessionalized, yielding to the development and maintaining the monopolies of ignorance. Next, please. The monopoly what are the monopolies of ignorance? Professional media gives way to participation. Several billions of amateurs means that average quality of the public thought has collapsed. When anyone can say anything, anytime, how could it not? What we are seeing now in most of the Western civilization, especially in the United States, actually the consequences of this one. If all that happens from this influx of amateurs is the destruction of existing models of producing high quality material, then we are in fact at the beginning of another dark ages. The internet, the web, and the social networks could become the communicative backbone of the real intellectual and civic change, but to do this will require more than technology. It will require that we adopt norms of open sharing and participation fit to the world where the publishing has become a new literacy. Next, please. The next topic is, I will say a few words about digital humanities, only 2 slides to transparency, basically. This is quite a new emerging new field of digital humanities. Loosely speaking, consists of scholars' activities at the intersection of computing and or digital technology and the disciplines of humanities. That 2 points includes the systematic use of digital resources in the humanities, as well as the analysis of the application, and involves the collaborative, transdisciplinary, and computationally engaged research, teaching, and publishing that brings digital tools and methods to the study of humanities with the recognition that the printed world is not longer the main medium for knowledge production and distribution. The field of digital humanities, as any human-born knowledge, is the subject to the cultural law of the artifact, which this is Vygotsky, well-known book of Vygotsky, actually published in almost 100 years ago, which states that the both material and non-material artifacts produced by humans are influenced by the social, cultural, and environmental patterns of the individuals and groups responsible for both inventing and using them. The digital artifacts influence their material and non-material surroundings, and at the same time, the digital artifacts are influenced by their context. Therefore, technology is always a part of the culture, not a cause or an effect of it. Next. The emerging field of digital, no, next one, please. The field of digital humanities should be inherently, or no, not previously, the field should be inherently multilinguistic empowering the mutual cultures. It still has a long way to go if a more robust answer can be provided to the question, what are the characteristics of non-Anglo-American digital humanities? There are many papers of this one and many conferences on this topic. I will just mention one, which is the Digital Humanities 2023 conferences, in which an Italian scientist, Domenico Floremonte, addresses the issue of epistemic injustice in digital humanities. This is a quote: "Beyond colonization, exploitation, and low income, in the context of digital humanities, the global South has been shaped by epistemic and material asymmetries, leading to invisibility, as well as cultural and linguistic unpresentation in major digital humanities journals and conferences. The digital humanities need to include regions that have also been previously unrepresented, having been described by a metaphor like a big tent. The digital humanities still haven't fully realized pluralism in geographical and geopolitical dimensions." Next, please. The last part of my talk is related to the creativity. For most of the human history, the essential nature of creativity was understood to be cumulative and collective. The most valuable components of our culture were created under the fully open regime. In a paper which was published by Giancarlo Frosio, to discuss this topic, some of his conclusions in this paper, he asked for the support for the most unexpected witnesses. And these are starting from Homer to Virgil to the Shakespeare and Coleridge. I would not go to detail. This is one of something which is well known. For example, between 1933 and 1935, then assistant professor at the Harvard University, Milman Perry, made 2 visits, and his colleagues made 2 visits to Yugoslavia, where he studied and recorded oral traditional poetry in Serbo-Croat. They made thousands of hours of recording. What is important, one of these, what I would like to mention, is the song, the wedding song of Smile Agic Meho by the poet named Advo Medvetic, by far the most skillful and versatile performer. What is important that the song, he could perform the song running to some of 13,000 lines and perform over 5 days, was the closest analog to Homer in the quality and quantity. Next, please. What I'm trying to say that in oral poetry, this is well known, there is no origin, but only a process of development, refinement, and elaboration. The words author and original have either no meaning at all or meaning quite different from the one usually assigned to them. In fact, the Homeric works could be considered as a product of collective genius, as opposite to the romantic idea of individual genius. Next, please. For millennia, Western and Eastern cultures shared a common creative paradigm. For many centuries, creativity has been reported repeatedly constructed as a gift. Knowledge is a gift from a God, so it cannot be sold. Next, please. I'm running out of time. During the Enlightenment, the Western perception of creativity has drastically shifted the nature of creativity from collective creativity to individual creativity, emphasizing absolute originality and forgetting that the world has long shared values for collective and cumulative creativity in the past for centuries. Next, please. In the past 2-3 decades, we have witnessed this paradigm shift towards collective creativity, which was driven by access to knowledge movement, open access publishing, and so forth. The idea here is that universal access to research, education, and culture is made possible by the internet, but our legal and social system don't always allow that ideas to be realized. To achieve the vision of universal access, someone needed to provide a free public and standardized infrastructure that creates a balance between the reality of the internet and the reality of the copyright laws. Next, please. And this is my conclusion. I was trying to address in these three topics in this my talk: monopolies of knowledge versus monopolies of ignorance, monolingual versus multilingual digital humanities, and collective versus individual creativity. What is today very important: copyright culture in the digital publishing. I'm against a compartmentalization of knowledge and maintains that the division discipline is not only unhelpful and conceptually limiting, but also incompatible with the current reality. I believe that this reform will be crucial for a revitalization and a reconceptualization of shared future, and thus enhancing the advancement of human knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful lecture. And I think you discussed a very important topic. You mentioned hegemony in the academic research and how to build a whole digital ecosystem and make the scientific research process more democratic and inclusive. So thank you very much again. Now let's welcome next speaker, Director of the Institute of the State Governors, Huazhong University of Science and Technology, President Ouyang Kang. And his topic is the complexity of social information and new perspective of social epistemology in the era of new globalization. Let's welcome Professor Ouyang Kang.
Thanks to Chairman. Hello, everyone. I think it's really a great pleasure, for us to have this chance. Especially, I'd like to also congratulate to this conference that's 2025, especially for international associate. Just now I mentioned, and also for the SIG 2025, and also especially congratulations to this special session. We can focus on this kind of problems, especially on the globalization, social information, and the social epistemology. Just now we have heard two excellent lectures from Professor Steve Fuller and also Mühlbauer. Thank you very much for your topic and also excellent lectures. My topic is especially focused on the complexity of social information and the new perspective of social epistemology in especially area for a new globalization. Since we are this is the first time for us for the Alliance for Social Epistemology to try to organize a special conference. So I think I'd like firstly give you some introduction to our research of social epistemology in China. Just now I especially mentioned that for social epistemology, actually there are at least two ways. One is Professor Steve Fuller. He did this research. That's 1988. He published the first book in this area. And my research actually in same year, I got the PhD from the University in Department of Philosophy. I wrote a paper on an introduction for social epistemology. Since then, I published a book, An Introduction to Social Epistemology in Social Science Prize. That's 1990. Then after that, this book be at least published 3 times for this. And recently, the Min People's Prize in Beijing, they are trying to organize 100 years Chinese academic books. They are going to include this book into it as one of the, I think, as the one of the important book. And what's the definition? A little difference between me and the Professor Steve Fuller. He paid more attention to the study of the knowledge, especially in the science and the technology world. How can we deal with the special knowledge system and understand that? For my research, actually, we focus on the epistemology, correlation. How can people really know different kind of object? One is natural object, one is social object. Another one is for human being, ourselves. So we try to defend the social epistemology as a theory to help people to know the subject objectively, scientifically, and rationally, and also try to help human beings to know themselves as a whole. So I think this is really an important task for human being. This is the, I think, the outline for the introduction to social epistemology. And also after that, when I studied my workers, professional workers, especially in Shanxi Normal University, Wuhan University, and also in Huazhong University of Science and Technology, we take social epistemology as a course for bachelor, master, and a PhD degree, and built up some special courses, and many doctors, professors joined us, and especially I think there are more than 120 master degree and a PhD degree students joined the group. So I think we especially honored for them. Their activities, their researchers gave us the chance. This is at least some of the series of doctoral dissertations. Actually, there are more than 67 papers like this. In Chinese, different area and different discipline, different problems. I think this is a special contribution for us. And for our research, we try to work hard to develop ourselves from the introduction to social epistemology to the methodology of social cognition and the philosophy for humanities and the social sciences and the Marxist practical philosophy and the different areas, especially we go into the state governance and also for the green GDP evaluation. Recently, we are working on the big data promoted local governance, how to let it become a modernized governance. So actually, especially, I think international communication also very important, as I just mentioned, especially Professor Steve Fuller at that time, he worked in US, he published the first book in English, that's social epistemology. And also in United Kingdom, when I studied in UCL, actually I met Anthony Flew. He wrote 2 books. One is Thinking About Thinking. Another one is about thinking about social thinking. And also in former Soviet Union, also there is a very famous book translated into Chinese. We call it as the social cognition and the social administration, especially thanks to Professor Steve Fuller. At that time, he edited a special journal called the social epistemology. And he invited me to write an English paper to introduce the report on international research of social epistemology in People's Republic of China. This also got some award. And also we have a very good dialogue on social epistemology published in Philosophical Trends. And also, I think there are some scholars go to, especially in Warwick, Professor Wu Wei and He Dan go to Britain, especially in University of Warwick, to postdoctoral research and also for the cooperation. So after that, we have already established different diverse academic forum, I think, especially for the Chinese Dialectic Materialism Research Association. This especially organized a committee for social epistemology studies, and the State Education Department, they gave us a chance to establish a special teaching room, and the Huadong University established a special center for social epistemology studies. And also we, just I mentioned, we have a special international alliance for the social epistemology studies. Especially, I think in last year in Roma, there is the 25th World Congress. We have a special session for globalization and social epistemology. Professor Steve Fuller and many scholars, Dong Hui and Wu Wei, they all joined the conference. We especially announced the establishment of social information alliance, and especially the general of the Federation of Philosophical Research in the world. She came to the conference and gave us the lecture and the congratulation. So I think that is the history for the social epistemology studies in China and in the world. So welcome all the new members. Welcome you join us, especially in this area. The third problem I want to talk something about the deep understanding to social complexity caused by big data and also, I think, generative AI. I think just now we heard that both Professors Stu Fuller and Kurt Leaf, they gave us two excellent lectures about this area. Firstly, I'd like to talk something about my study to complexity. Actually, when I was a PhD student, I paid attention to this kind of three theories. In China, we call it as the Lao San Lun and the Xin San Lun. The old one, all the three is actually the information theory, control theory, and some others. The new three theories, we call it the different new areas. Especially personally, in 2003, I published a paper in the philosophical research. That's the highest journal in China. We call it the complexity and the innovation in humanities and the social sciences. And I studied the social information and co-published a space book with one of my PhD students. At that time, that's Xie Jun. We published a book on social information studies. And since then, I paid a lot of attention to the globalized world and especially growing GDP and also for the big data. So I think this is really important for our philosophical research, especially since 2014, we established the Institute for State Governance. When I did the research about global governance and the social state governance and the social governance and everything, we always think that it is a very complex system. So how can we deal with such kind of things? Especially when we do the academic research, theoretic logic, and also practical methodologies. we always paid attention to such kind of things. So how complex? I'd like to mention four. Firstly is the complexity of social ontology. Actually, ontology is a very special area to study the existence of the world and the matters and everything. I think especially in the time of big data, actually we facing much more complex world, because we not only face on the matter, that's the material world, and also we facing the special world that's for our mind. But now we have one more world, that's data world, because data world is a totally new world, but it is existent. If we want to know the material world or the spirit world, we have to know the data world. So how can we understand the data? Then after the meaning, after, I think especially the data so complex, everything has different kind of data. Data can exist by different way and in different area. So I think this data gave us more complexity, especially data can cause the world become so different. So I think this is one. Another thing is the complexity of social values and the social significance. Actually, we study social epistemology because society is much more complex than the natural world, especially for the value in the natural world. We can see the existence is value neutral, but in society, the value actually is unnatural. Different people, different family, different class, different parties, different countries has different value demands or actually especially needs. Actually, when we, in the past, we always discuss how can we equally or distribute the social welfare in a justice way. But now we find that how can we really distribute the data, information, because different candidate has different technique level. So how can you really let the people share the new progress, new science and technology? So actually big data and the AI is not reduce the difference between the people, but more and more difference happened, enlarged, and become so complexity. So how can we really understand the world is from the ontology to the value world, and especially different people may find different significance in the world, even though the same progress, actually different people can share different result or achievement. The fourth is the complexity in epistemological view, especially cognition. How can we really understand the object and the world? Especially in the past, in social epistemology, we see, it's really very difficult because social epistemology is much complex than natural epistemology. So we understand the nature objectively, scientifically, or rationally, but when we go into the big data time, the society becomes so difficult. We should first understand the data, especially big data, massive speed data. So then we can try to know the object and ourselves. So it becomes so complex because the science and the technology gave us power, gave us the chance, but it also gave us the problem. So if we cannot really master the science and the the technology and the whole, you cannot really understand the object, especially for human being, because the big data, the human existence become so complex. How can you really master so complex world by our limited technology and understanding? So this is really a problem. And also, the fifth is the complexity in the logic of development of social history. In the past, we always believe that behind the phenomena, there are some nature, and we can try our best to master their logic. Yes, it is still there, but this logic becomes so complex, not only physically, lifetime, more relationship, especially the data reconstruction. I think this is give us special challenges. Who is the main power to promote the social progress? What is really progress? Sometimes we found that all the progress cause the problem, especially new problems, new challenges. So how can we really understand the logic? In the past, we always pay more attention to the normal logic. That's the social life, social production, social progress. But now, actually, you may find in the world, there are many logic. They are not normal, but abnormal. They are not unpredictable. So it really gave us many difficulties. So social epistemology studies should face such kind of problems. So the third, since time limited, I have to just mention the main idea about this. The third one is try to understand the new globalization from the perspective of social epistemology. Actually, just now, two speakers, I believe that the following speaker, they will also mention the changing or transform of globalization. So what is really happening in the world? I think we should pay more attention to following things. First is what is really happened in the world for globalization. For my personal studies, I think that for the human being, we have modelization for more than 200, 300 years, long history. But for globalization, it's only happened since Second World War, because there is a United Nations and some other international organizations. We can have a special governance. We can call the global governance. In the past, we can call international governance. That's related with different countries. Country and the relationship between the countries, we can see that's the international relation. Yes, okay. But now we should pay more attention to the new globalization. Traditional one is still going on, but actually the new kind of modernization, the BRICS and the global south, especially Chinese development. So I think actually now humanity, human being at a crossroad, especially recently we find that we are not in the original way. We stand a circle. Actually, we go to forward or left or right or go back. Actually, we have different directions. How can we find a right direction, different attitude, and different choice? For example, recently we all discussed the US, Trump, and it caused not only the problem happened not only in US, also caused the bother and the difficulty to all the world. This is the biggest country how it influenced the world. So we should understand this. I think especially for us in China, we also hope our friend can understand the Chinese modernization because it is a part of modernization in the world. And it is also a part for the globalization and the global governance. So how can we understand the world meaning of Chinese modernization? And especially, I think when we talked and delivered the lecture, especially 1 year ago, I visited Austria, especially thanks to Wolfgang, invited me to there. We discussed many times for the community with a shared future for mankind. This is really Chinese target. How can we really understand this? Especially President Xi gave the global development initiatives and also global security initiatives and also for the global civilization initiatives. So we should try to learn more about this. So I think even now, China tried very hard to build a high quality belt and road. I think this is a kind of new modernization. I think China try to cooperate to any country, any location, any different industry and companies. So I think we should pay attention to study it. So thank you very much for your listening and wishing for your advice. Thank you very much.
Thanks for Professor Ouyang Kang's excellent presentation. Now let's welcome Wolfgang, and Director of the Institute for Global Sustainable Information Society, Australia. And his topic is the emergence of social information in the perspective of pressure onto epistemology and the logic of peace against disinformation.
Yes.
Welcome, Wolfgang.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I would like to show my presentation, and somebody else is okay. Now I think it should work. Okay. Thank you. Where is it? No. Oh, here it is. Wait a minute. What page am I? It is this one. Keynote. Here it is. Okay. Like him. Okay.
Good.
Yeah, good.
You see it?
Yeah.
Okay,
yes.
good.
Please go on.
You still see it? Can you see it still?
No.
No, we cannot see
You
right now,
cannot see.
but just now, yeah, we can see. Right now,
Now you can see
it's
it.
appeared, I think.
It works? Is it good? It's not good.
Yeah.
It was good.
No, Steve Fuller says it
Impossible,
is not
yeah.
good.
Just now we can see.
Okay. So my presentation has 3 parts. One on praxis onto epistemology. It's very short, and I will tell you what I understand by this. Second is on social information on the basis of praxis onto epistemology. And third is an example where it is about the logic of peace versus logic of war. So praxis onto epistemology is an integration of the 3 domains of philosophy that deal with praxis, with reality, and with method. namely first ethics, axiology, aesthetics, second ontology, and third epistemology. In this order, starting with praxeology, ontology is a presupposition for praxeology, and epistemology is a presupposition for ontology. Thus, POE connects all three philosophical domains in a bottom-up process, as well as in a top-down process, reinforcing each other while providing relative autonomy to each of the philosophical disciplines in a less than determinant way. So this was very short, but you can read this in my book from 2013 and on emergent information, and it is also there is also a Chinese copy on in the year of 2022 or 2020. So let's come to the next, social information. The CCC model is a model that orders information processes and structures in line with POE. Any agent, any self-organizing system is capable of generating information along the levels of cognition, communication, and cooperation. These are the three Cs. And back. The cooperative level of information is the top level, the communicative level is the intermediate level, and the cognitive level is the bottom level. For humans, these levels are social information levels that correspond to the levels of POE. The human cooperative social information capability can produce ethos. The human communicative social information capability can produce consilience, and the human cognitive social information capability can produce mindsets. Ethos, consilience, and mindsets serve different functions. Ethos sets goals and helps achieve them in the context of human work. Consilience designs and assigns tasks according to goals in the context of human language. And mindsets plan and control operations for solving tasks in the context of human thought. The levels of ethos, consilience, and mindsets are each built up of different sublevels, which in turn reflect practical, ontic, and epistemic aspects. Ethos nests the sublevels of morality, of agreeability, and of sociability, of social information qualities in an order of decreasing complexity. Morality means the alignment of goals with socially recognized norms, values, and also interests. Agreeability means a negotiation of goals that is based on partnership, and sociability means the selection of a partner in consideration of the goal. Consilience has requestability, argumentality, and symbolicality as linguistic sublevels of social information qualities. Requestability signifies mutual usefulness of the social information for solving tasks. Argumentality concerns mutual description or explanation of the nature of the tasks, and symbolicality underpins a mutual understanding of the tasks. Mindsets are made up of different cognitive social information qualities like judgmentability, factuality, and experientiality. Judgmentability has the highest quality, represents a deliberative assessment achieved by appropriate operations. Factuality fulfills the quality of operations coming close to reality, and experientiality secures comprehensive operations. However, all these qualities can be failed since in principle they can adopt values on a range between ideal typical poles of a best and a worst value. Regarding ethos, morality can fluctuate from moral, good, binding to its contrary, immoral, evil, non-binding. Agreeability can fluctuate from fair to unfair, and sociability from pro-social to antisocial. As to consilience, the requests can range from helpful to unhelpful, the arguments from truthful to untruthful, and the symbols from intelligible to unintelligible. And the mindset can have values of judgment between right and wrong, of facts between true and false, and of experience between multi-sided and one-sided. So each quality is polarized. The further away the realized value of a quality is from the upper pole, the more the social information loses its information quality and assumes the quality of disinformation. Disinformation is harmful for a world in common. Given the global risks, how can ethos guide cooperation in a common world? How can consilience be the objective of communication in a common world? How can the mindsets provide mindful cognition of a common world? In the 20th century, humanity has become a community of destiny. Humanity confronts a great bifurcation between a pathway down to disintegration of the social system that cannot overcome the man-made existential threats in society, ecology and technology, and a pathway up to the integration of the social systems into a common meta system that can keep the threats below the threshold of self-destruction by implementing a great transformation. This is an objective condition. It is the objective condition of humanity's existence today. In order to empower humanity to act in a proper way on this objective condition, it is prompted to develop into a conscious and conscientious subject. This is the subjective condition of humanity's existence today. Thus, all social information abilities must be overhauled to counter disinformation. Thereby, they need to revitalize the evolutionary set of default values of qualities at any level and sublevel. When aligning the goals, moral must stick to what is moral, the good and the binding. When negotiating the goals, there must be fair agreements. And when selecting the partner for the goals, this must be pro-social. When mutually solving tasks, requests must be helpful. When arguing about the tasks, arguments must be truthful. And when uttering about the tasks, symbols must be intelligible. And when operations shall be assessed, the judgment must be right. When operations shall be realistic, a fact must be true. And when operations shall be comprehensive, experience must be multi-sided. In this way, three imperatives can be formulated for the transformation of ethos, consilience, and mindsets. First, an ethos for global governance. Second, a consilience for global dialogue. And third, a mindset for global citizenship, which I skip here.
No sound.
Yes, I did not say anything. So now I talk, it's the last part. Disinformation in war and peace logics. Not earlier than 5,000 years ago, war became an objective condition. Historically, this has been legitimized by a subjective logic of war and its dehumanizing disinformation. After 1945, this logic of war was impressed dramatically by the advent of weapons of mass destruction. That is the reason why the logic of peace has been called to contend with the disinformation of the war logic till today. The new peace logic needs to complement the imperatives of global governance, global dialogue, and global citizenship. And now you can see first, the global governance has to claim the responsibility to protect all of humanity from annihilism against the disinformation spread by the promotion of geopolitical unipolarity. Morality claims the moral against the immoral. A no first strike policy is a moral duty against decapitation strategies. The same holds for the prohibition of nuclear weapons, against limited nuclear war simulation games. Furthermore, morality identifies the good against the evil. Peaceful coexistence and the right to decide a country's development is rated as morally good, whereas striving for hegemony and military supremacy is rated as bad. And concerning the normativity of binding versus non-binding, it is clear that international law is binding. However, for the West, it is not binding, and the rules-based order or European values are propagated instead. And non-intervention is binding, while Western countries practice color revolutions to instigate regime changes. And as to agreeability, compliance with contacts is fair, whereas breaching and cheating is unfair. Sociability means that the pro-social is the default value and the anti-social is not. So talking about the whole, of Europe, as was meant from the Atlantic to the Urals, or of the idea of economic area from Lisbon to Vladivostok, is considered pro-social, while segmentation is not. And to be on par with the global South is to be considered pro-social, while post and neocolonialism and proxy wars are not. Second, global dialogue has to consolidate the principle of negotiability against the disinformation around the legitimacy of unilateralism. Requests need to be helpful for the advent of peace instead of unhelpful. The formula, a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought, must triumph over nuclear deterrence. Engagement with diplomacy must overrule non-cooperative game strategies. Détente must outperform Cold Wars, including economic and information warfare, to be sure that those never end up in hot ones. The common European home, a term by Gorbachev, must be revitalized against the return of an Iron Curtain. Peaceful settlement of disputes must prevail over coercive measures that are not mandated by the United Nations. Truthful arguments need to replace untruthful ones. Violence must never be used. Preventive or preemptive self-defense is a fake. Sovereignty must never be violated. Humanitarian interventions are a fake. Disarmament treaties and arms control must be achieved. Peace through strength is a fake. Only an inclusive common security can guarantee peace, security via military alliances and military bases is a fake. Intelligible symbols need to substitute those which are unintelligible. Confidence-building measures instead of ambiguous military actions. And the last slide. Third, global citizenship has to esteem egalitarianism and delegitimize disinformation based on exceptionalism. Judgments on how to reach and save peace need to be defended if they are right against those that are wrong. New thinking, Gorbachev, against brinkmanship. Pan-human cosmopolitanism against nationalist, ethnocentric, racist, theocratic identitarianism as expressed by the indispensable nation or the chosen people. Understanding between nations and friendships between peoples against enemy images that demonize or preach democracy against autocracy. The elimination of the causes of war against the acceptance of an unjust and therefore not lasting peace. Reconciliation against blame games, but also investigations into war crimes against non-recognition of truly international courts. Facts need to be proved true over and against propaganda like moralism of we are the good ones or historic revisionism and alarmism promulgated by war logic. Experiences need to be multi-sided instead of one-sided. They must make aware of the prehistory of a conflict and not neglect it as war logic does. They must also allow the other side to be heard. So I guess I have had my time, and so I stop here and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just 15 minutes. Thank you again. Next, we'll welcome Wu Wei, Director at Research Center of Social Epistemology, Professor at the School of Philosophy of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. And his topic is, does generative AI know social information? Welcome, Professor Wu Wei.
Thanks, moderator. Where is my PPT? Cannot be shown. Okay. My topic is, can generative AI really understand social knowledge? I have made a bit of change. Let we think about Socrates remains. Okay, okay. Okay, first of all, let's talk about like Sonaha remained arms. It's a good idea for developers to remind themselves of this, to avoid the misleading use philosophically fraught words to describe the capabilities of large language models. Words such as belief, knowledge, understanding, self, and conscience. Maybe this means we should look back to the generative AI itself. Now we have a question, how to capture the nature of the generative AI. So the generative AI have three foundations. That is underlying operations of generative AI. One is semantic web. Semantic web is an accretion of ontologies, including substance, properties, relations, state of affairs, and events. Ontologies are representations of the relationship used in the knowledge graph. Now, the second foundation is the knowledge graph. Knowledge graph construction transforms unstructured data into machine-readable formats. Now, traditional approaches using predefined schemas, limited cross-domain scalability. Now, large language models enable autonomous construction through improved extraction and schema induction. The third foundation is the database of the object concept. It is most useful for the multimodal large language models. For example, there are the things database. It provides a set of 1,854 diverse object concepts, sampled systemically from concrete picture label and name label nouns in English language. Please attention to, it's a nouns, it's not knowledge. A database of 26,107 high quality naturalistic image of those objects, and with 12 or more object images per concept and all commentaries cropped into square size. And there is three kinds of technology that is the underlying operations of generative AI. The first is the factor representation. In order to build a single space model, we must first transform the symbolic words, phrases, and the sentence and the chapters, as well as the knowledge graphs, into factor representations. Knowledge representations in vector form has a useful property that can be manipulated as data with various mathematical tools. The second technique is the tokenization. Tokenization is the first step and the last step of context, text processing, and modeling. Tokenization breaks down text into tokens, and each token is assigned a numeric representations and index, which can be used to feed into a model. Tokenization methods used in NLP to convert raw text into tokens include word-level tokenization, character-level tokenization, and subword tokenization, especially includes beta pair encoding. It's very useful for the large language models. And the final technique is the transformer. It's an intrinsic deep neural network model which integrates several precise design and novel components to support sequence-to-sequence language modeling. Contemporary LLMs largely adopt transformer architecture together with well-designed attention mechanism that captures global dependencies of each pair of tokens across the whole input, enabling the model to handle sequence with intrinsic relations. But there is a question: is there any social knowledge in LLMs? First of all, we should think about, is there any information or knowledge in the LLMs? Semantic webs, knowledge graphs, and the database of the object concepts could be regarded as knowledge stores. But vector representations, tokenizations, and the transformer could be seen as an information process. How to differ knowledge from information is a new question for the generative AI. Now let we think about the difference between information and knowledge. DeepMind think language models are essentially a comprehension models of information. As long as the model's representational capacities are strong enough, and the amount of training data becoming compressed is large enough. The language model can abstract certain thinking capabilities. But the information in its most basic sense is a physical concept that can have a specific definition in different disciplines. One is the syntactic definition. The only objects of the theory are random variables and their correlations. And this definition can be applied to computational science, and in particular, algorithmic complexity. The other is a semantic dimension. It is only on the basis of this semantic dimension of information that we can be sure that information is a useful thing, and that, given the right recipient, it can produce knowledge. Thus, LLMs truly grasp concepts and meaning and not differently to human, or is their success primarily rooted in the sophisticated statistic patterns matching over the vast data sets? So for LLMs to transcend surface level mimicry and achieve more human-like understanding, it is critical to investigate how their internal representations navigate the crucial trade-off between the information comprehension and the preservation of the semantic meaning. But the preservation of semantic meaning is free from the context. The third point is maybe the LLMs have a procedure knowledge, which is a type of knowledge that involves steps and the methods needed to perform particular task or solve a problem. My question is, can a generative AI be socialized? I just proposed two examples. One example is a small linear. The fundamental assumption is generative agents leverage a large language model to power their behavior. The key observation is that large language models encode a wide range of human behavior from their training data. Please note, is not human knowledge. Another example is the Habermas machine. Habermas machine is a machine to reach a consensus in a democracy. Researchers from Google DeepMind trained the system of language models to operate as a calculus mediator, which can generate summaries that outlines the group's areas of agreement on the complex but important social or politic issues. Oh, okay. My conclusion is that knowledge, ability, or intelligence in generative AI is built on the recognitions of the physical world, and the real social world is still outside of the horizon of the generative AI. Generative AI maybe have some social cognitions in disguises. Thanks. Yeah.
Thanks for your wonderful lecture. And let's welcome the this section's last speaker, Rafla Giornioni, professor from Pontifical Lateran University, and his topic is on Schultz, the well-informed citizen and its relevance for social epistemology. Welcome, Rafla. Yeah.
I'm here.
Oh,
Can you see me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. I thank you for the invitation to participate to this very beautiful event. Professor Kango, the organizers. I'm teaching social ontology and social epistemology at the Pontifical Lateran University, and I really sympathize with the Professor Kang thesis on the fields. My brief contribution touch original topic, I think, because Alfred Schultz, the big philosopher and sociologist born in Vienna, is quite unknown in social epistemology, and I think it could give some good philosophical insight in the debate on shared knowledge and the problem of a relationship between expert and laypersons. I try to share my screen. Not if it works. I try. It works. Does it work?
Yes,
Okay.
it does.
Okay, this is my topic on Schultz, the well-informed citizen and its relevance for social epistemology. This is an artwork of Michelangelo Pistoletto from North Italy, who is a very important artist, and examine in his artworks the groups, the idea of share ideas, art, culture. So, and it was. Alfred Schultz was born in Vienna in 1899. He was a sociologist and philosopher who developed a social science based on revised phenomenology according to the theory of action, Weber. He has published a huge number of writings that represent a solid basis for social ontology, even through other disciplines. I'm concerned about Schutz's very important contribution to social epistemology because it seemed to be quite unknown. His essay, The Well-Informed Citizen, an essay on social distribution of knowledge, 1964 in collected papers, deals with the themes of citizens and sociology of knowledge in the light of social distribution of knowledge, the construction of ideal types of expert, the common man, and the well-informed citizen who must determine which expert is competent. Schutz outlines various areas of interest or relevances, reflects on the possibility of a constant change in the configuration of relevance, and differentiate the intrinsic relevance of a theme that a person follows and those imposed. And these are very important nowadays. We have a lot of imposed knowledge from outside. The process of rationalization of modernity and technological development, as demonstrated by the example of the arms race, are invasive processes and require correct information from citizens. A well-informed refers to the consultation of eyewitness, analysts, commentators. Social epistemology Social epistemology is crucial area to discuss the problem of testimony and social evidence that we obtain from indirect information, that is to say, that information we do not obtain from our experience or from inferential reasoning. There are, as you know, classically three points of view. I ran, but because I think time is running too. We have reductionism classically based on perception and inductive reference. Anti-reductionism claim that the reviewer can accept the testimony unless he has reasons to reject the content of the testimony. The interpersonal view of testimony, which I sympathize with this position, because interpersonal means that we are responsible for what we say. And so the problem of responsibility is very important nowadays. So classically, in the first place, the Schutz essays can be read in three ways. First, a contribution to theoretical science that deals with the social distribution of knowledge. This is a very good point for social epistemology, since the essay challenges the statement that sociology of knowledge could represent the exclusive field for interpreting all thoughts as a product of material social conditions. Secondly, it offers a way to conceptualize the social change that causes the mutual anonymity typical of modern civilization. Finally, it provides a thoughtful reflection on the responsibility of citizens to our politics. Following Max Weber, we observe that we live in the era of rational authority shown by the evolution of society that continuously increases its complexity. So we need a new kind of responsibility, that is to be well informed as individuals willing to know their place in relationships with others on political, economic, and psychological aspects. The well-informed citizen has a peculiar position different from the expert who possess a supply of knowledge that forms a world relatively impenetrable from others, and state that others are ignorant if they are unable to speak in the term of that field. She is also different from the man on the street, who is guided by a simple and of average reasoning. That is, the knowledge possessed in the way allow this person to realize, as if to were a ritual, each of the myriad of practical purposes at hand. All human interests are subject to one of the two systems of relevance, intrinsic or imposed. The intrinsic relevance is actively selected, but once established, it determines the system of intrinsic relevance to the chosen interest. On the other hand, there is a system of relevances that are imposed by situations and events, and over which we have limited control, such as destiny, providence, losses, acts of God, disease, etc. The theory of intrinsic and imposed relevance is linked to Schutz's distinction between socially derived and socially approved knowledge. Socially derived knowledge constitutes the majority of our knowledge and consists of experiences of contemporaries and predecessors communicated or handed down to us. At least 4 ideal typical people transmit social derived knowledge: the eyewitness, the insider, the analyst, and the commentator. Socially approved knowledge is that accepted by other members of our group, such as popular habits and costumes. We can observe that in modern society, socially approved knowledge produces a system of imposed relevances, because in-group does not constitute entire communities. So our group, the more complex a society becomes, the less we can know about the origin of shared knowledge. This means that some form of community begin to disappear. The direction of tradition and the inner direction are replaced by other directions, and public opinion assumes a new abstract and anonymous authority over social and political life. In words of Schutz, no spot of its globe is more distant from the place where we live than 60 airplane hours. Electric waves carry messages in a fraction of a second from one and to the end of the other. And very soon, every place in the world will be the potential target of destructive weapons released at any other place. Politically, economically, and socially imposed relevances beyond our control have to be taken into account by us as they are. Therefore, we have to know them, but what extent? The well-informed citizen should be able to reinterpret and redirect the imposed relevances derived from arbitrary individual opinion and those derived from competence. Should seem to maintain a sort of anti-reductionism in social epistemology. It seems that the reliability of the people who transmit knowledge is crucial. But the situation in complex society is much more complex because knowledge is transmitted as probabilistic, that is, has two distinctive phases, one rooted in the present and the other rooted in the expectation of the future. The interest in the future has a probabilistic character that influences public opinion. It derives its influential status from its very nature, that is, it is scientifically constructed and socially approved knowledge. For example, interest in the future organizes the vast majority of questions asked by the epidemiologists when they try to determine what factors can play a role in future health of a population. In the same way, the interest operates in theoretical efforts to understand the economy. In conclusion, we can observe the increase of the imposed relevances compared to the intrinsic relevances in the development of complex society, so that the public opinion, including knowledge through testimony, comes to represent the measure of authority in democratic society. It represents a source of authority derived from socially approved aggregated knowledge, such as environmentalists and movement constitute an aggregated we, and the hope of influencing the future, the direction of environmental policy. The authority of testimony's complex society could diminish the freedom of interpretation and action of the well-informed citizen. Schutz proposes a cultural condition for democratic society based on the interpretation of the past. This means that the civic-minded citizen has an obligation that goes beyond making his private opinion prevail over the opinion of the man on the street. Against the science of opinion, the well-informed citizen is obliged to interpret the past. Otherwise, all interpretation of self-interest will prevail. I would add two words that past means not only tradition, like the died Greek philosopher Alasdair MacIntyre point on maturity of tradition. Tradition has all tradition have the concept and become a mature tradition, able to have conflicts, good conflicts with other tradition, to learn also from other tradition. That's a way to see to the past, but the past means that we have to see the consequences of our past political and ethical decision in complex society. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, you save us 3 minutes. Thank you. Now, until now, I think 6 wonderful presentations have concluded. Thanks again for their excellent speeches. I think their presentation touch on 3 extremely important themes. The first is the role of generative AI in the information ecosystem is a double-edged sword. And I think they discussed the reconstruction of social epistemology in the age of complexity or in the age of new globalization. And the third, they also try to do something to countering misinformation, such as build ethical frameworks or interdisciplinary collaboration, or from technical ethics or to global governance. So let's thank them again. So that's the end of this section. We have our break, and maybe 20 minutes later, we return here to the conference. Thank you.
Professor Dong Hui.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon or good evening or good morning. Evening. Good
We are
evening.
evening.
Oh, we are evening. Yeah. It's my honor to be here to give a short presentation of dilemmas and the reconstruction of information power in the age of globalization from the perspective of social epistemology. You know, we are in the information age, or we can say we are in the digital age or the intelligence age. So discussing information power, I think, is more critical than ever because we are currently facing at least several profound challenges. For example, from the subjective dimension, how to define boundary line between human and machine power. I think the old human machine power dynamic might be deconstructed because technology could end up as a hegemony that doesn't answer to human will anymore. So is technology actually maybe taking over human power? I think is one dimension challenging we face. And from the perspective of the order dimension, global information governance, we see now is a hot mess. So the international system is run, we know, by a few dominant countries. So developing nations barely get a say in cross-border data flows or cyberspace sovereignty. That's why results are fragmented. And the others from the cognitive dimension, here's the thing. How do we draw the line between information freedom and privacy rights? Is a tricky balance. And also the perspective dimension of technological. We know in these opaque, such as black boxes, we need to figure out how to stop technology being used as a tool, you know, the kind of control that flies under the radar, and also the resource dimension. There are many inequalities. These are real issues. So I think I should discuss three issues, try to respond to the challenges just now I mentioned. One is the basic discuss about the clarification of several concepts. And the second is to review some contradictions and the challenges of information power in now the globalization era. And the third is to try to think some solutions to reconstruct of the information power. So let's come to the first part. I think there are several basic concepts that we need to clarify. One is power, the other is information power, and also information power in the globalized era. I think power, we know, is not something abstract and is not a standalone thing. It's totally wrapped up in social production, relations, and class structure. I think it is a key part of the superstructure. So its roots are planted in a society's economic relations. So it's really a multi-dimensional web of domination. It's not just one thing. And that's come to information power. It is the evolved and special version of power in our era, in the information age. And at its core, it's about social players such as classes, nations, or capital groups. They use that control to shape social relationships, ideologies, and even material interest. And but the people may define from different levels. So they might define information power differently, and maybe from the individual small-scale angel, or from the big picture view. Maybe from the big picture view, they see information power as the whole package of a control, information resources, technologies, industries, and economy. So I think the clarification of this concept is the foundation. And the manifestations of information power, it is a network of multidimensional penetration. And so we can see from different stages, from different perspectives, we define the information differently, such as information production power. Maybe it's defining truth and cognition. And it also means information dissemination power. It means controlling channels and traffic allocation. And lastly, from the interpretation power is the discourse hegemony. We take the globalization, for example. The maybe Marxist view see the logic of capital expansion behind asset hierarchy. So the different perspective. And the third is the information power in the globalization era. It is the mature reinforcement of globalization and the information power. So that's my first part. The second is the contradictions and the challenges of information power in the globalization area. I think we face a lot of challenges, such as the structure imbalance of information power subjects. Subjects refer to diverse actors, such as individuals, groups, organizations, and nations. They participate in social cognition and practice. Now we can see their structural imbalance. It refers to the solidified hierarchical relationships formed among subjects due to disparities in resources, status, and capabilities. So these all leading to inequality in calculation and practice. And the second, I think, is the alienation of information power operation mechanism. For example, excessive technological instrumentality and inadequate regulation and reinforcement, and also the cultural value shift. For example, in the first one, excess technological instrumental relationality, we see inadequate regulation, informants, and cultural value shifts. Maybe the mainstream values now prioritize twice economic gain over information ethics. Echo chambers and consumers erode cultural diversity and undermine information power's heritage function. And the last challenge, I think, is the exploitative and unjust distribution of information power outcomes. Yeah, we know the ownership and the circulation of resources and the interests in the process of information production, control, and dissimulation. And the last stage is monetization. Specifically, the information production stage involves who control resources such as data, such as technology and knowledge. And the control stage reflects who can dominate the screening, modification, and the storage of information. And the dissemination stage determines which group information flows to and the extent of its influence. And the monetization stage concerns where the economic value, political power, and cultural discourse rights derive from information ultimately flow. So I think at each stage of this process, yeah, it constitutes the actual landscape of informational power outcomes. So I think maybe this give us the explorative and unfair landscape or the nature of this system is very evident, and in this unequal distribution of resource and benefits. So how to face these challenges, I think it's our responsibility to reconstruct the information power. How to reconstruct? I think maybe we can do, try to do from three perspectives. One is strengthening material foundations. And the second, we should strengthen rules and constraints try to improving the institutional system and global governance. And the third, but not the last one, is we should try to reshaping value orientation, try to promoting multiculturalism and cognitive justice. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Donghui. The next speak comes from Syria and the Massachusetts University. Professor Jasna Koteska. Professor Koteska.
Thank you so much. Can I be able to share my presentation? Somebody else is sharing it. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. This is not a presentation that I will read from. I want to thank the invitation to the sub-forum, the Alliance for Studies of Social Epistemology, and especially Professor Kang, the director of Institute of State Governance. I want to thank all of wonderful lectures that I've seen, some of them very disturbing. Just to ask, because I'm hearing my echo, do you hear it? Can I do anything about it? It's fine. If everything is fine, then my lecture is composed of one introduction regarding the globalization and three parts regarding the information, epistemology, and ethics. invoke this Confucius sentence that harmony brings happiness, and I believe in it. I believe it's an old wisdom which is valid today as well. We all know that today's society is globalized, it's multipolar, but we also recognize that while in modern societies we should spend in postmodern or second globalization, as some other speakers said, now we have to, I speak, I vote, I create content, I create data, I'm present. This is what is today's maxim, both in individual medias or social medias and the state medias, which are turning into these mass medias. And we are sometimes, we are not sure where to find the sense of harmony Confucius talked about. The second globalization or the next globalization, as previous speakers were talking about, meant that we introduced the term of international humanity, meaning that people from Beijing will share the same information with people from Washington, people from Shanghai, people from Moscow, people from Skopje, where I'm coming from, to people from Egypt. So this was supposed to be something like the same universe, that we are in the same boat and that we share the same planetary identity. What happened with now, why is social epistemology that important, and why our alliance is called the Alliance about Social Epistemology, is that there are two oldest disciplines in the world. One of them is called ontology, of which Professor Kang spoke about, and the other is called epistemology. Ontology basically means why is there something rather than nothing? That's the question that ontology asks. Why there is this cup and not there is nothing? So what means, which is this world, what this consists of, etc. Epistemology is the study of knowledge. It basically means who knows. How does she or he knows what she or he knows? And also some other questions related to it. What is the source of knowledge? Other speakers were talking about large language models such as DeepSeek, ChatGPT, etc. So the question is there an entity or an agency which has the fury, the density of knowledge which no human ever possessed in history or today? So that's the question of epistemology. That's why social epistemology is a very important study that we all participate in. Now, the biggest part of my short presentation is social information. The first question is what information even means. We all know that we all understand what information is, but the shorter definition about information would be it is a meaningful data. Data which has a meaning and which can be transmitted or stored, etc. I remember, because I'm coming from ex-Yugoslavia and I live in the south of Europe, when the so-called Western scholars arrived in the 1990s in my part of the country, not precisely in my country, but anyway, they said that they were met with ignorance, like when they would ask, what is a hippie, or who is Freud, or who are the Beatles, people wouldn't know. So information was not shared or was not common. But my question would be then, if one does not know who Freud is or who the Beatles are, does it really affect the social harmony of their life? Then that comes to our last part of the question, and that would be informations have instrumental function, but having no information is not good. What about having too much information? Does it bring something about a blind spot? Because information does not equal knowledge or wisdom. We saw a lot of studies which show that younger generations than mine are full of information, but that does not necessarily lead to knowledge or wisdom. There was in the last lecture, which was also really nice, the question of privacy of information has been raised. And I can give you two examples. People were saying in early days of the internet that privacy is the key. And every major internet company claimed that they are safeguarding our privacy at the same time while they were actually harvesting that information. On the other hand, some social scientists were saying that basically privacy per se does not exist. There is no such thing that is private. Like we mark some part of our common existence and we say it's my own privacy. I will give you just two examples and I'm finishing with my presentation. One is from the German philosopher Hegel, who introduced communism as ideological social platform. He has a great-grandson. His name is Rudi Rucker. He is one of the most famous science fiction authors of today. In 2007, he published a novel in which he described a fiction world in which small nanorobots enter or exit our premises on our daily routines. But the important thing about the Hegel's great-grandson was that in his novel, this eruption of privacy did not occur. It occurred abruptly. It did not occur by any political act, no revolution, no education, not getting used to. It just happened, like it happened in our own lifetime. I think that Rudi Rucker was actually visionary 15 years ago. The second example is related to a French philosopher, Michel Foucault. He was a great reader of Marxism and of Marxist books, and he considered himself a Marxist to an extent. He said that when people in today's globalized world, when the one country talks to another country, it's usually, he said, it's never a dialogue. It's really a monologue, meaning that one country speaks, the other country listens, is more silent. But then the dialogue kind of switches, and then the previous country speaks and the other country receives the information. He said it's not the path towards global ethics of how to share information. So he said that what we need is to kind of organize the society in a way that all countries will speak with each other, even those who are in alliance, even those who ignore the other countries. So the last part of my presentation is social ethics. That brings us to the question of ethics regarding the information. Professor Kang and also a professor from Yale, Thomas, mentioned the role of United Nations and of BRICS, and also other professors and presenters mentioned today's global affairs. As we all know, after the Second World War in 1945, it was marked by the establishment of United Nations. It was meant that all nations under the sun, all nations on the planet will be equal. It included a rule of law, respecting ethical racial, gender, any identity markers, as well as good governance, accountability, etc. What happened, and it was based, United Nations were based on the so-called golden rule. Do not do to other countries what you don't do other countries to do to you. It is one of the most important maxims that is found in any religion, in any political system, in any ethical textbooks. I have 5 more minutes, but I'm shortening. Ethics are basically, we can divide them into 3 kinds of ethics. Virtue ethics, meaning how can I live a good life? What good life means? Good life meaning morally good life. The second are duty ethics, duty theory ethics, meaning what is my duty towards society? What is my duty towards other beings, human beings, animals, plants, planet? And the last are the so-called consequentialist theories, meaning how can I do more when I am faced with a decision? How can I make a better judgment rather than the worst one? So, as I said, they all sum up into this golden rule, which was in 1993 signed by the so-called Declaration Towards a Global Ethics. It was signed by 143 religions, political leaders, etc. I think if there are over 200 countries on the planet Earth, so basically almost all countries signed it, and up to this day it's called the so-called normative ethics, meaning the highest ethic possible. Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. Now back to UN, and with this I'm closing everything. UN was really founded on these principles: erosion of poverty, bringing education to everybody, to as much people as possible, making clean water, clean land, clean air. And UN supposed to do this, and they wanted to do this, but we noticed throughout these 8 years that sometimes it unfortunately inclined towards the so-called Western rhetorics, ignoring the East, ignoring South, ignoring North, ignoring what we call global dialogue or social epistemology. And there are many examples, and United Nations sometimes were rightfully criticized for not using preemptive diplomacy, but rather sometimes violating people's rights in different countries, rights and freedoms. And also, as Professor Kang mentioned, in 2009, so 15 years ago, another intergovernmental organization was introduced. BRICS consisted of China, Brazil, Russia, India, South Africa, Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia. So obviously people noticed that United Nations, which were formed after the Second World War, kind of did not make this global balance. So in my humble opinion, I'm not a strategist. I think that both United Nations and BRICS should work together towards this social ethics as far and as much as they can regarding the social information, using them in the right way to bring knowledge, peace, stability, harmony, and cooperation between the countries. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Grotesk. The next big speaker is from Zhongnan University of Economics and Law, the School of Marxism, Associate Professor Tianqing Yun. The next big speaker from Vienna University, Department of Political Science, the lecturer Douglas work.
This revised representative in the express. Good evening. As artificial intelligence received the global landscapes. The uneven impacts it brings urgently need in deep examination. This speech will explore how to address issues such as algorithmic bias, monopoly barriers, and regulatory fragmentation through institutional social capital such as norms, coordination, and trust, thereby promoting the fair development of artificial intelligence. Drawing on the experience of China's socialist system in the global cases, we believe that achieve fair AI governance lies in integrating ethical frameworks, inclusive policies, and cross-department cooperation. Contents. Part 1. Theoretical framework, social capital and AI equality. 1. Standardized behavior. Develop laws and industry standards to regulate the behavior of technology developers. Ensure that AI technology develops within an ethical framework and avoid the risk of technology abuse. 2. Coordination interests. Balance technological innovation and social justice, prevent technological monopolies from exacerbating social inequality through policy adjustments and benefit distribution mechanisms. 3. Enhance trust. Government policy require technology companies to disclose algorithm principles and data processes to enhance public trust in technology and promote its widespread application. Institutional demand for AI equality. 1. Algorithmic fairness. Ensure diversity and representativeness of data sources during the data collection phase. Avoid simple bias. Use fair constraint algorithm during model training to reduce bias toward specific groups in the model. 2. Technical accessibility. The government collaborates with enterprises to improve network infrastructure in remote areas, provide affordable equipment and resources, conduct digital skill training, and help vulnerable groups master technological application ability. 3. Accountability mechanism. Establish a strict technical evaluation system. Comprehensively review the potential risks and consequences of AI application. Part 2. Inequality in the institutional deficiencies in AI technology. Algorithm bias and data discrimination. 1. Case. The complex risks assessment system in the United States has a much higher misjudgment rate for black definitions than for white definitions. 2. Root cause. The structural inequality in historical data is solidified by algorithms. In the existing laws, like ethical creativity in data collection, leading to problematic data inter-algorithmic model in the triggering data discrimination. Technology monopoly in the even distribution of resources. Large tech companies form a digital oligopoly through data monopolies, handing the participation of small and medium-sized enterprises in the vulnerable group in the technology ecosystem, exacerbating the imbalance of resource allocation, such as African countries being marginalized in AR research and development due to insufficient computing power. Limitations of the existing system. Laws are lagging behind. In most countries have not yet enacted specialized laws against algorithmic discrimination. Fragmentation of the regulation, lack of effective coordination mechanism between industry standards and government policies, lack of ethical standards and a lack of self-restricting mechanisms for technology development. Part 3. The path of constructing institutional social capital. Improve the legal framework, revise the anti-monopoly law, add punishment rules for data monopoly and technological discrimination, targeting unfair competition behavior of large technology enterprises using data and technological advantage in maintaining a fair market competition environment. Legislation. Develop a regulatory system similar to the Algorithm Transparency Act. Require company to disclose key algorithm logic, improve algorithm decision-making transparency, and reduce social distrust and potential risks. Cross-border cooperation. Promote a global AR ethics conversation through international organizations such as the OECD, facilitate the coordination of algorithm regulation and ethical norms among countries, and jointly address cross-border challenges in algorithm technology. Strengthen policy guidance. 1. Publish data openness. The government establishes non-profit data platforms, compliant, efficient, open and shared public data resources, reduce the threshold for small and medium-sized enterprises to access data and support their innovative development. 2. Financial financial side policy. The government provide technological training and equipment support to vulnerable groups, enhance their digital skill, and promotes social equity, and strengthens their ability to participate in socio-economic activities. 3. Technical evaluation mechanism. Establishes an independent agency to audit the fairness of AR systems, promptly identify and correct algorithm biases and discrimination, and ensure fair and transparent application of technology. Promote diversified governance. 1. Public participate. Efforts about public opinions through hearings, citizen juries, and other forms to make policy and technology development more democratic and scientific. 2. Industry self-discipline. Encourage companies to sign the AR ethical commitment, establish internal review committees, and reduce algorithmic discrimination and data abuse issues. 3. Academic support. Universities in the AR ethical courses to cultivate interdisciplinary talents, providing theoretical and talent support for technological development and policy making. Part 4. Practical cases and experience insights. Exploration of the EU Artificial Intelligence Act. By using a risk classification system, AR applications are classified into different risk levels, and mandatory compliance reviews are conducted in high-risk areas to achieve a balance between innovation and fairness. Practice of China digital inclusion policy. Zhejiang Province has provided AR technology support to rural areas through initiatives such as the Digital Countryside Plan, established the Digital Divide Elimination Fund, and significantly improved technological accessibility. Open source community equal participant model. The Linux Foundation has launched the AR Equality Initiative to provide fair, secure, and trustworthy AR tools through open source projects promoting multi-party collaboration. Part 5. Challenge in the current measures. Contradiction between technological integration and institutional flexibility. Establish a dynamic revision mechanism, such as setting up an AR police laboratory for simulation and detection to assess the impact of technological development on existing systems in advance and adjust policies. Cultural differences and conflicts with global standards. Establish the principle of minimum conscience within the framework of the United Nations, allowing for local adaptation and achieving an organic combination of global standards and local characteristics. Capital pushing profit and social welfare tension. Encourage companies to make ethical investment through tax incentives. Incorporate ESG rating into listing standards and guide companies to fulfill their social responsibilities. Part 6. The zero capital advantage of China's socialist system. The Chinese socialist system has demonstrated significant advantage in the practice of AI equality, promoting fair application of AI technology through policy guidance and resource allocation, narrowing the digital divide and providing reference for global governance. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Thanks. Professor Zheng Jie. The next speaker is Associate Professor Tian Qingyun from Zhongnan University of Economics and Law. 田老师在线吗？哎，刚才说了吗？说了呀，李方圆特地跟我说要他把设备修好了。田老师在线吗？打开麦克风。请问一下李老师，什么情况？
啊，在不在？啊？
好了，那就下一个了。OK。Welcome next speaker from Institute for Global Sustainable Information Society, Australia, Irina Mostovich.
Yes, hello. Can you hear
Thank
me? Because on the screen we still see Tian Qingyun. Now it's me. Very well. I'm going to share the screen. I hope you can see that and let me know if you see everything properly.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Wait for a moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. Do you see a full screen? If not, tell me. I will
Full
check.
screen, right.
Okay, great. So, hello everyone. My name is Irina Mostovich. I'm from the GSIS Institute, and together with Professor Hofkirchner, I'm in the board. And today I'm going to present a very different topic than the others, because I'm a cultural anthropologist and I deal mostly with the practical issues of life. The title of my lecture is Roots and Jars, Gardening, Horticulture, Pickling, and the Epistemologies of Everyday Life Globalization. So, why this topic? As I mentioned, I'm a cultural anthropologist and I graduated my PhD at the University of Vienna. And in my work, I mostly focus on observation, practical aspects of life, human practices, habits, and rituals. Just short, do you see the second slide? Yes? Yes, probably. Okay. So I deal mostly with the practical aspects of life, less with the theory. However, anthropology and epistemology are not far away from each other because they both ask the question, how do people imagine and see others as human beings? How do we know about the world? And how do people think and live? And culture can be understood as a whole, as its own. And humans share common conditions, but they can express them in different forms. And this is the reason why each region and culture are unique. However, we live in the times of globalization, when global companies, artificial intelligence, and generative artificial intelligence overtake many aspects of our everyday lives. And when it comes to the basic stuff, how we live and how we function as humans, food is a very important thing. Without food, we cannot live. And globalization often implies homogenization and industrial scale food systems. If you go in Europe, at least, to any shop to buy food, you will see that you will buy all kinds of products from all around the world, but not necessarily from the region where you live. However, the resurgence of localized embodied practices like urban gardening and artisanal food preservation signals a different epistemological current, one grounded in traditional knowledge, cultural memory, and ecological awareness. Framing these practices through the lens of social epistemology, I argue that individual acts of cultivation and preservation are not merely nostalgic or aesthetic choices, but they are active contribution to collective ways of knowing and being in a globalized world. In reclaiming these small traditions, individuals engage in a form of modernity that is both situated and subversive. One of the presented examples today will be the phenomenon of Russian dacha as an individual horticulture practiced massively without a break from the 70s last century, and the Chinese pickle tradition, which lasts for over 9,000 years and which is still actively practiced in the Chinese families. In both examples, horticulture and pickling is a form of continuity of tradition, as well as its manifest a conscious choice of sustainability and health conditions. Here I just would like to show that I work with the topic of dacha for a very long time. It started with my PhD, which I did the research in Russia, in the Smolensk region. And then I developed the topic through years. And this year, I hope already next week, that my full monography will come in Poland, in the Polish publishing house New Eastern Europe. There's a nice cover on the right side, and on the left side you can see the summary of this book, which was published in 2023 in the book The Logic of Social Practices. So why I'm interested in horticulture, gardening, and pickles in general. So historically, this is the most traditional form of food preparation and preservation. Like without agriculture, the civilization would not be a civilization. People started living in the cities, in the countries. They started forming countries, civilizations because of the agriculture. And pickling is an interesting form of continuity of food preservation. Literally, it's immersing food in salted water to preserve the vegetables or fruits for a long time. It's great appetizer or side dish, which is literally for rich and poor people because the availability of vegetables caused that everyone could make pickles and eat them. The oldest evidence of existence of pickles comes from China, from the 9th century. I guess the Chinese publicum will know the book Xi Jing, Book of Oaths, where for the first time in the history comes the term to salt and to incubate, so in other words, to pickle. And historically, in many regions, people did pickles. In Mesopotamia, more or less in similar time, people pickled vegetables in vinegars. And globally, through centuries, it developed as a very common practice to preserve the food. In Eastern Europe, people pickle mostly cabbage, cucumbers, mushrooms, tomatoes, but also watermelons and apples. And herring as a fish is also a sort of pickle. In Western Europe, it's mostly sauerkraut, so also cabbage and olives. Middle East, pickles, lemons, cucumbers, carrots, onions, and olives. In North Africa, pickles are called turshi. And in Asia, all the pickles, they origin from China, but they spread, through Korea, Japan, and so on. And here the most common examples are paokai, kimchi, hum choy, and here on the photo you can see laba garlic. When I did before this lecture my super short research among the Chinese people I know, and I asked them, do you do pickles? Then most people told me that they prepare laba garlic before the Chinese New Year. So you can confirm or oppose among all of you who are present here. So here, why does agriculture and pickling are so important for, let's say, preserving food for the family? Here on the left side, can you see the photos? So I'm sure that the presentation goes in a proper way, because without the photos, the presentation doesn't make sense. Can you see the photos? Please someone nod or send me a message in the... Okay.
Yes, we can see it. Yes.
Excellent, excellent. So here you can see on the left side a typical dacha, so a piece of land in Russia where people produce their own vegetables. This is a piece of land which is most probably prepared for the potatoes, because people grow mostly potatoes. I'm going to tell in a second how big are the dacha pieces of land in Russia. And on the right side, you can see nice jars of kimchi, which I made by myself 3 months ago, and I already ate them. Dacha in Russia is, the name dacha means that it's a summer house, which traditionally was reserved for aristocracy and bourgeoisie. It was a summer house for people, very important, for city people on the countryside. We don't talk here about farmers, but about the people from the city who have a summer house outside the city on the countryside, and they use it for the recreational purposes. After the October Revolution, the private property was nationalized, so the dachas were nationalized, and they were distributed mostly for the political, cultural, and scientific elite. It was a nice gift to people to have a place to spend time outside the city. And after the Second World War, the country struggled a big economic crisis because the war was very devastating for the economy and for the society. And in many regions, there was just famine. There was a big shortage of products, and the reglementation times were difficult, and there was a big food shortage in many regions. So the government decided that the distribution of dachas will be a good solution, because the Soviet Union was a huge country and Russia is still a very big country, and there is a lot of land and not so many people. So it was technically not very difficult to distribute the pieces of land between 600 meters, 400 square meters among the people. It was not allowed to build a property there. It was not allowed to build a house, but it was allowed to have agriculture. So people started using these pieces of land to produce their own vegetables and fruits, mostly potatoes, cabbage, onion. But through that, they really produced a big base for themselves and for their families to overcome this shortage of products. Nowadays, dachas are still very, very popular. You can see here on this photo a nice dacha from the Smolensk region. It looks very typical. It's a small wooden house and a lot of vegetables, a lot of flowers, a lot of herbs. It all looks very professional, and you can see that this family produces enough of vegetables for themselves, for their needs, for most probably entire year. Right now in Russia, over 50% of people, they possess their own dacha. If they don't possess dacha, then they always have someone in the family who has it, so they always can get some vegetables and fruits from their other family members. It's a very important part of the agriculture in the country. It's interesting that nowadays in the statistics, the private agriculture is very often not mentioned, but for example, in the 90s, when Russia struggled a big economic crisis after the fall of socialism, and with the ongoing building of the capitalist economy, there was a big crisis and people literally had no money. So dachas really saved many families from hunger. People just grow their own potatoes, their own vegetables, and they didn't starve. They had food and they survived. It's also a place to spend summer season when there is no possibility to travel. Right now in the sanction times, it's not that easy to travel to some areas. And for many families, when they don't have enough of money, they just spend summer holidays on dacha, because dachas are very often located next to the forests, next to the lakes and rivers, and people just spend the time on nature. And it's also a very nice way of spending summer holidays. It's also a place for a permanent living. A couple of years ago, the government allowed to be legally registered on dacha and to live on dacha. And for some people, it is a great possibility to live there permanently and to have it as a regular home. And finally, when people get retired, they don't know what to do with their life, and dacha becomes a great substitute for the work life, because a regular agricultural life, to plan the harvest, to prepare the harvest, to preserve it, to make pickles, it all takes a lot of time. So usually retired people, they're busy with that work, and what they produce, they provide it to their family members. So let's look at the profits from individual gardening, horticulture, and pickles preparation. As I mentioned, I did the detailed research in Russia, but I never did any research in China. However, I would really like to. So this is more based on the few interviews that I did with my, let's say, Chinese research group. But based on that, we can see that there are three main aspects and profits when it comes to the individual gardening, horticulture, and pickles. We produce our own ecological product without preservatives. It's already very healthy. It has a lot of health values. When it comes to pickles, pickles are like one of the oldest medication that humanity created. It has natural probiotics. It eliminates toxins and pathogens. And finally, it gives a very interesting aspect of independency. Through individual gardening, we produce food for a family, for ourselves, and we are independent from the market prices. We're independent from the inflation. It gives us some feeling of stability in the crisis times. And it really, if you do it in a professional way, you can really save money and have a good quality product that you grow and with which you have your personal attachment. Maybe pickles are not the most expensive product, but again, if the families prepare it all together by themselves, it is a form of culture, it is a form of passing the tradition, and it gives you a very interesting emotional attitude that you're serving the food that you made by yourself. So in conclusion, we can see that horticulture, gardening, and food preservation can be seen as a form of social epistemology, because they all show how people see the world, understand their life existence within it. They want to be a bit independent. They see how the economy works, how the system works, and it can be perceived as a form of independence, and of course also preserving the historical tradition and also local tradition in the context of general globalization. And through individual horticulture, gardening, and pickles, people provide themselves some food bases, which gives them a feeling of stability in the uncertain capitalist times. Here is some literature that I used, Thank you for your attention. If there is some time, you can ask me some questions, but probably there is no time, so maybe you can write them in the comments in the chat. Thank you.
Thanks for your very interesting topic. If you have a chance, welcome to China to continue your research.
I would love to. I would love to. I will write you an email about it.
Okay. The next speaker from Jianghan University, lecturer 丁光丽.
张老师好，吴老师好，董老师好。Hello, everyone. So my topic is recognition of city under the symbolic information. Can you see my PPT, please?
Yes.
Thank you. So symbolic are the simulacrum of real life, showing the relationship between man and nature, the relationship between man and society, the mode of material production, technology, daily life, cognitive schema and institutional framework, the influence, recognition, and particularly of a city are closely related to the strength of its symbolic characteristics. Urban semiotics aims to analyze the cultivation environment, representation, and the meaning of urban symbols. With the rapid advancement of urbanization and the intensification of urban complexity, urban philosophy, urban sociology, urban politics, which are increasingly popular in studying urban phenomena and analyzing urban problems through urban symbols, it is necessary to make a general survey on urban semiotics. So my first part is the origin, formation, and the development of urban semiotics. Based on philosophy, urban semiotics integrates the refinement, representation, and the metaphorical research on urban symbols from multiple disciplines and schools, and has gone through 3 stages: origin, formation, and development. One of the origins of urban semiotics is the experience and recording of the modern city by literary scholars and the micro-sociology of daily interaction pioneered by Georg Zimmer. In their eyes, the modern city is both a place of bourgeois domination and a place of pastime, intoxication and excitement, from Baudelaire to female to Benjamin. The diversity of urban experiences in the eyes of individuals underpins the richness of urban symbols. The second origin of urban semiotics is the anthropological and ecological study of modern metropolis, pioneered by the Chicago School. This school regards the city as an organism and compares the functions of various organs of the living body with the main elements and structures of the city. And this idea is widely applied to urban planning and the management of urban disease. The third origin of urban semiotics is social semiotics, structural linguistics, and Pierce's general semiotic theory. Linguistics is the overarching mental discipline of semiotics, and the linguistic turn of the 20th century philosophy attempts to reconceptualize the world through linguistics. Through the study of urban symbols, we explore the rules and the mechanisms of element language in cities so as to reconstruct the meanings of cities. The scope of understanding of urban semiotics extends from the interpretation of specific symbols to the expression of specific symbolic systems of cosmology, cosmic deduction, culture, and society through collection of symbols. The origins of urban semiotics converge here in Henry Lefebvre, who brought together Marxism, urban theory, linguistics, semiotics, spatial philosophy, and urban culture. Lefebvre believed that the best place to express human existence and consciousness was the city, which was imagined as a system of symbols generated by linguistics, urban language, or urban reality. Since then, urban semiotics has been involved in many fields such as philosophy, media studies, cultural geography, and interdisciplinary disciplines, and a number of monographs have appeared, such as The City and the Sign, Imagine Cities, Scripts, Signs, Memories, Cities Full of Symbols, Cities of Signs, Learning the Logic of Urban Spaces. The second part of my presentation is the symbol of the city, the trigram of the city, kaleidoscope. On the whole, the city itself is a symbol of meaning from perspective of parts and details. There are several basic types of urban symbols, namely the trigram that makes up the kaleidoscope of the city. The first one is spatial and the landscape symbols. As a humanized nature of geographical environment, the most conspicuous thing about the city is the physical space composed of roads, landmarks, buildings, landscapes. On the other hand, the city encodes nature, such as the Chinese garden, which is an outstanding representative in this regard. On the one hand, the conquest of nature, such as the viaduct extending in all directions, is a symbol of modernity in which time annihilates space. The structure, pattern, and the texture of the city are the expression of the cosmology. Many cities in China pay attention to the law of heaven and earth. Open space are symbols of cities' sociality, such as squares and parks, and the wide streets of the Baroque city makes the city appear sparse and solemn. The second one is discourse symbols. The city is a text. It has its narrative history, and the perception of the city is not limited to objective, neutral, or pure interpretation. Everyone interprets the text of the city. Howard proposes the term pastoral city to illustrate the scientific model of urban planning in the first regional scale. Le Corbusier's Shining City was a prescription to relieve the city by increase the density of urban centers. China's Xiong'an New Era is known as the Millennium Plan to reshape the territory of Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei. The most typical urban discourse symbols include urban spirit, urban slogan, and urban dialect. The city's spirit expresses the atmosphere and the character of a city, such as the multi-ethnic spring city of Kunming. The city spirit is supreme metals, all things, harmonious development. And Tokyo, the world's largest city by population, takes capable, elegant, and cooperative as the city spirit. The third one is identification symbols. The city signage system is a communication system with its own language and norms. It is an international language of public space in large cities, and experiential development focused on functionality. On one hand, it directly represents the city, such as the city emblem, the city power, and the city flag, and the mascot, and the city's nickname. On the other hand, the city cultural label is extracted, and the association function is used to tell the city's history, tradition, culture, and the business format with images, stories, and memories. Among them, the most recognizable identifiers are urban characteristics and the city brands, such as porcelain to Jingdezhen, green to Zhuhai, and small commodities to Yiwu. The fourth one is the behavioral symbols. Cities are concentration of human decision-making and social interactions, and a variety of behaviors and actions are fully recognizable and have significant historical and social efforts. For example, the reverse urbanization of post-industrial societies in developed countries reflects the pursuit of quality of life, and China's urbanization of industry feeds agriculture. Cities support rural areas, and the urbanization of the rural migrant population embodies the vision of socialist countries to animate the difference between urban and rural areas. The third part of my presentation is the city of symbols, the functions and methods of urban symbols in the process of trigrams translate into images. Trigrams of city symbol can be increased or decreased in number, changed in position, and adjusted in order, and forms images after being arranged and combined, indicating the operation of power, economic exchange, cultural formation, and the core of social organization. Urban symbols proliferate, iterate, and upgrade in the digital age. The first one is power symbols, reflect and highlight the form and order of the political system. Cities are the product of political order. One is the will of the state to build new cities, and the other is when administrative model of the city is universally and effectively recognized and becomes a model of governing reason and is applied to the whole country. The spatial symbols of a city are the tangibility of the political order. The tall and magnificent palaces, towers, and temple towers embody the power of domination and mystery. The wide and open social altars and squares are the places where have the will of people and the public will dialogue. The second is consumption symbols, production, leisure, and entertainment in political economy. One of the origins of the city was the trade bazaar, which later manifested itself as an expression of goods. The city is updated and iterated in multiple tracks. First, by creating coordinated spaces and landscape symbols to participate in the skyline comparison. The second is to compete for rankings such as the world's tallest building and the world's largest museum through architecture competitions to gain urban explore. The third is to uproot the alternative symbols of slums in the city, shanty towns under prosperity, and dilapidated houses in poverty that are inconsistent with the slogans of urban development such as modernization and humanitarianism. Fourth, it is necessary to build an international consumption center city, an important regional growth pole, a first-tier city, a metropolitan area, and the urban agglomeration and other identity symbols to enhance the status of the city. Fifth, the consumer goods and the public service will be coded and regulated with the city is full of complexes, CBD, and the income level and quality of life will be benchmarked, and the people will regard the city as primary consideration for studying, buying, and settling down. And the city will also replenish human blood. The third one is cultural symbols, reflect the atmosphere of urban life, art, and aesthetics. The cultural symbols of the city include historical and cultural sites, these legends, traditional customs, festival and ceremonies, landmark buildings, scientific sports, celebrates heroes, well-known brands and industrials, such as Green in Zhuhai and Fenjiu in Fenyang. Relying on the positioning of the city, there is a whole set of widely disseminated civilizational demeanor that reveals its political and cultural agenda, such as Istanbul as a city where Eastern and Western civilizations meet, Mecca, Lhasa, Jerusalem, Canterbury, which with its religious significance have become the hearts of believers. And Olympia is a symbol of sportsmanship. The fourth one is digital symbols, the upgrading, empowerment, and the future of city. Digital symbols make the multi-dimensional nature of city imaginable and computable, and its application contributes data resource to the dense emergence of new technologies, new industries, new formats, and new models, finds a way out for social governance problems, and turns the city into a living laboratory. With the help of digital symbols, the urban geographical environment, roads and buildings are refined into spatial landscape symbols and identifiers, which can be transformed into simulated virtual life scene. Digital technology integrates urban administrative, culture, and tourism resources, and can realize online reservations, online visits, and online maps. Overall, the traditional city is in order and modern city is full of vitality, and the urban form of the post-industry society is intricate, and the tension of urban symbol makes it have a huge space for construction and interpretation, and express the ideology of the city, which can not only shape the perceptual habits of citizens, but also enhance the realm with the comprehension and the creativity of citizens in the continuous development of function, meaning, and image. As a reflection of urban society, this is still a lot of room for broadening the problem domain.
Your time.
Okay, only one sentence. There is still a lot of room for broadening the problem domain and the methodology of urban semiotics, and it will usher in more vigorous academic vitality and influence. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your presentation. The next speaker from University of Parville, Department of Humanities, Professor Maganani. Okay.
So I'm very happy to be here. Thanks for the invitation. My name is Josef. I teach in Pavia, University of Pavia in Austria. So the title of my presentation will be, as you can immediately see, looking at my slide. Il codice epistemic niches discoverability at risk. So, what is the meaning of epistemic niches? Epistemic niches refer to all those environments that are devoted to the development of scientific discoverability refers to the conditions of the possibility of discovering something new. That is, discoverability is strongly related to the creative reasons of human beings. So, my contention is that if we have impoverished epistemic niches, of course, we do not set the good conditions for discoverability. Okay. During my research on adaptive reasoning, I concluded that maximizing cognition is important in scientific research and interpretation. to have a good level of possibility of discoverability, we need what I call a dichotomical environmental situatedness and openness that has to be maximized. So we have to maximize openness and situatedness in the eco-cognitive environment. A cognitive environment of birth to the niches, that is, to the environment in which you have tools, colleagues, and especially the possibility to get all the information that you need, and also the knowledge in which knowledge is emotional. So knowledge is equal. Okay. So creativity in which I explained this problem of the need of eco-cognitive situatedness and openness. The concept of attraction, that is the concept of attraction, is important because recent research on attractive reasoning is research about all those kinds of reasoning that are related to discover or generate hypotheses. Make, for example, scientific discovery is a kind of attractive reasoning, diagnostic reasoning for it immediately, negative is a kind of. This is a recent handbook of adaptive cognition that I edited for Springer. It is about 2006. Well, what is the meaning of tripartite human adaptation? Human adaptation, I said that is also related to the merit of creative writing. So, this can happen through the verticalized friendship and soft neoliberal weaken the state of institutions which now no longer capable of through the evidence of getting future between public and private. Commercialized scientists are oppressed by pre-established ideas, not only paradoxally and contrary to religion, and using obstacles once commercialized and dependent upon the private. Scientists are no more free to communicate the zero design free. So that negative freedom, otherwise attended to the criminal. For example, these also affect both sponsored by pharmaceutical industry and agricultural manufacturing, where for-profit corporations have a tendency to only consider the good that is beneficial to them financially and politically. To summarize, if reserve, that is reserve, such is the case of biopharmaceutical is commercialized, some results are secret, become secret, because you have to sell a product, for instance, the drug, and this is exactly render secret some aspects of knowledge is exactly the contrary of the traditional the Varna was castle, as you know, for cure. This is a kind of this is the image of the people character. When orienting values are developed is particularly interesting is largely from the preparation of information device upstream over the research through the engineering giving organism the final create a series of obstacles without free that we apply for just as product development. The result is that upstream processing not only pays to incentivize the development of innovative products, it also displays to see. So the strong relationship to business is also not good because it can imitate some possibility of innovation. The growth, for example, patents in area of DNA diagnostics seems to jeopardize the development of certain kinds of knowledge and certain technological capabilities that have the potential to provide. This is the reason for human beings more and more connected. There is the problem of the expensive drugs. The recent phenomenon of expensive drugs is already clear consequence of the fact that pharmaceutical story of development is highly complicated and sometimes very expensive, difficult, and inefficient. It is very expensive and very effective at capacity of capital education. Recently appeared right as included in the United States European Union, like a speaker, to few consider very specific people. So, is that example of expensive practice, affairs, and we can also really know that the pharmaceutical industry's profitability and growth prospects are under pressure as healthcare budgets become increasingly strained because of the worldwide neoliberal policy, which will affect the financial equilibrium of the world. So the neoliberal globalization this phenomenon makes it unbelievable to attack the state, and this is the first problem for this relativity in the case of some scientific domains, such as the academic philosophy, epistemology, and scientists of position have to monitor the exploitation of generative AI and other AI tools. Because other problems and other aspects can jeopardize to software which represents the weight that the tool science of data is because more than a tool that perspective is chronological legal. For example, in the different case concerning the analysis of the data, results in the use of tool, but can also be maybe still interesting from the method, but they are sometimes prevented and aiming at substituting human perspective as a guide to prediction and action. This is sometimes horrible because it jeopardizes human death. So, to conclude, is correctly jeopardize? I think so. But it's possible that people have to immortalize and clarification of different problems of the pandemic. So scientific that you are actually there. I remember you that abduction is the word that refers to all kinds of different things. I thought some knowledge is very more restricted because of national security or because of business interest. And this is good because the tradition of Western science is the tradition of Marxism. To conclude, so people listeners in this presentation of mine that are interested to deepen this aspect, I wrote a recent book, the title Discovering the Urgent Need of an Ecology of Human Creativity, published by Spende, that of course it is possible to use for the details of the aspect of the problem that I touched in this case. So thank you for your really interesting
thank you very much. I'm looking forward to your new book.
And I hope that your master will continue in the Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Look for your new book, Discoverability. Okay, the next speaker from Xi'an Jiaotong University, Department of Philosophy, graduate for master degree, Hu Jing. Okay.
Oh, wait a moment. I just try to upload the PPT. Wait a moment. Can you see my green screen now? Can anyone see my screen, my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks for this incredible opportunity. And as a third student present today, I'm quite happy to introduce my research to all these respected scholars. Today, I will talk about structural injustice and counterfactors, especially about how we can better attribute responsibility in the complex social systems. I will cover 3 parts today. First, about my research background and my analytical framework, integrating retrospective and prospective analysis. And the third is research findings. So what is structural injustice? Alice Mary Young offers a profound definition. I think she defined it using a comprehensive lens. She says that structural injustice exists when social progress put large ground of person under systematic threat of domination and the deprivation of the means to develop and exercise their capacity. At the same time that this process enables others to dominate or have a wide range of opportunities for developing and exercising capacities available to them. The point is, structural injustice exists beyond the level of individual behavior and is embedded in social structures and institutional arrangement. It spans multiple sectors such as employment, education, and healthcare, affecting the life opportunities and social mobility of marginalized people. Understanding structural injustice is critical to developing effective social policies, advancing social progress, and achieving real social justice. There are several ways to achieve social justice, and the traditional responsibility attribution model has 3 basic features. The first is clear causal chains. It focuses on specific behavioral intentions of agent to achieve precise legal constructions of responsibility chains. But such has a systematic factor blindness. And the second is individual agent focused, but it also have inadequacy in complex networks. The third is judicial and punishment oriented, but easily to have a lack of consideration for preventive interventions, failure to reform institutional root causes of justice. And Marianne Young offered a new method. It's called the social connection model. It emphasizes social structural effects, but it doesn't have a clear responsibility division, and it focuses on solving future problems, but a lack of intervention priorities. And it expands the scopes of responsible entities. Beyond the specific direct causal chains, it focuses on social participation rather than individual behavior, but still lack of practical operational tools. To solve these limitations above, I have two innovations in my paper. First, I proposing the concept of nodal structural injustice. I think this concept refers to cases of injustice that, while still structural in nature, involve more pronounced causal attribution from identifiable actors. And second, I established an integrated retrospective and prospective analytical framework. This framework converts structural injustice responsibility attribution from abstract discussion into an operational analytic tool and help policymakers assess responsibility ways and interventional potential. I will illustrate later. And endly, I provide a four-quadrant responsible potency analysis offering evidence for police prioritization, bridging theory and practice. I think this is the meaning of a political philosophy. First, let's come back to Young's original context. In her book, she just illustrates a story called Homeless Sandy. I think there are two versions of this story. In Homeless Sandy 1, Sandy faces eviction and homeless. The reason is unaffordable apartments, unsafe neighborhoods, and the unaffordable deposit. But such situation is no fault of her own or due to any blameworthy actions by others. All the person she interacts with are respectful. And in the second version, Homeless Sandy 2, everything else remains the same, except the landlord owns other properties, but the tenancy refuses to rent to Sandy. And the landlord may just say, I just forget I have other properties. But I will argue in my paper that such behavior constitutes microaggression. This concept draws from Sun. It represents a subtle discrimination. I think it's quite important because with such behavior, such identity, we can find who is most responsible for homeless Sandy. Based on these two stories, I propose to name two kinds of structural injustice. For the one type is pure structural injustice. It derives from Homeless Sandy 1. You can see in this story is respectful interactions. All the people Sandy interact with are respectful and even wants to help her. And the second character is non-attributable wrongs. No one do something blameless. So this is an uncontrollable sequence. From my point, no one can come up with to help Sandy. And this homeless Sandy situation is uncontrollable. And the second type, structural injustice, is what I focus on. I use the name nodal structural injustice. it illustrated by homeless 72. It has three characters. First is harmful interactions. We can see the silent rejection to a single mother. So it's harmful interaction. And we can attribute wrongs to someone in this story, even though it's from the gospel we feel. And the situation of Sandy's homeless is controllable. If someone has changed his mind, maybe Sandy has a home. So my research basically in this area, not of structural injustice. I come up a framework to try to elucidate. The most basic things I need to illustrate is the counterfactual analysis and causal attribution assessment. In this formula, we can see each factor was deduced by this policy, and after using it, we can have two sides of this. First, we use the retrospective responsibility analysis. I use Bayesian inference. From this formula, we can get a result that which factor has the most important influence of the outcome. That is causal attribution. In the prospective and responsibility analysis, we use the counterfactual policy evaluation. We can get the intervention prioritization, which factor should pay more effort, try to change this possible event. And I have some hypothetical probability assignments for causal responsibility analysis. Even though these factors are hypothetical, but it's still based on the scientific ground, and it reflects the real world of the structural factors. When I use the Bayesian responsibility analysis, we can see that the landlord's refusal C3 and expensive apartment has a posterior probability. But when we put the fingers into the counterfactual potency evaluation, we can see that unsafe neighborhoods higher the first, while the landlord's refusal only in the first place. So I try to take in the landlord's refusal to rent C3 as an example. From the retrospective responsibility analysis, C3 has the highest posterior possibility, like 50%, and represents a primary responsibility factor. While the retrospective responsibility analysis C3's intervention effectiveness is only 52%, significantly lower than C2 and C4's over 80%. This
I should remind your time.
Okay, thank you. This reveals responsibility efficiency asymmetry. Factors with high moral responsibility, such as landlord's behavior, doesn't equal to factors with effective interventional potency. And structural factors are often more effective intervention points. That tells us that the effective justice requires distinguishing between two dimensions. Who should be held responsible for a thing that happened, and how to effectively create changes for thing doesn't happen. And I get a 4-quadrant typology. We should focus on type 1 and type 3 because we can see high responsibility, high potency, such as expensive apartments, both a major cause and an effective intervention target, and low responsibility hypothesis, such as CIS4 and C2, low causal responsibility but highly effective intervention points. This classification addresses core deficiency in existing responsibility theories, and both models lack criteria for an intervention parameters that I have mentioned. So I want to fill this gap by using my perspective analysis. The key insight is that those who should be held most blameworthy are not necessarily those most worth targeting for intervention. Truly effective policies may not originate from the most obvious responsible parties. Even though my research has 3 limitations, but I think the future research could fill them. And I want to conclude by my conclusion and prospects. My proposed concept of nodal structure interests better captures the reality of structural problems, because not everyone is virtuous in reality. But combining counterfactual and Bayesian analysis, we have established a systematic tool that can both assess causal responsibility and guide practical invention. And last, let me leave you with 3 key takeaways: free victims from resentment, free policymakers from misdirection, focus on what actually works. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thanks all speakers at the keynote speech, Unit 2. Welcome Professor Ouyang Kang to give us a moving speech.
Okay, hello everyone in China. We're already about 9 o'clock in the evening. So I think you, or maybe afternoon, I don't know, yeah. It's a good work and hard work. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much for your overcome many difficulties and join the conference. Actually, before the close of this conference, I'd like to give some of my feeling about this conference. Firstly, I think this conference is really excellent. I think the scale, the numbers of the participants is not so many, but we have very high levels scholars from the different countries, from American, British, and also Macedonia, and also Italy, and also Austria, and they also come from China. I think this is really very good, very important. Thank you. And especially like to mention, we have some very important, the big scholars in China, we call the 大咖. That means the most important leaders, professors, and also academies, yeah. And also we have students, master degree students, master one. So I think they have different kind of representative, give us the chance to listen from different levels, different. And the third, I think, is that we have a very good topic. All the speaker focus on the topic and they give their own choice based on their academic studies for a long time, and they focus on some special problem or difficulties or puzzles, or what should we do, give the suggestions. The third one, I think, is we have really cross-discipline or interdiscipline, and I think that's really give us more anger to see the problems, and especially China, the world, different kind of problems we are facing. Actually, personally, I think any of the practical problems, it cannot solve from single way. We should discuss it and think it from different way, different angles. So I think this is really important. At least each of us come from philosophy, politics, ethics, science and technology, and also culture, humanities, and also many different kind of angles. So I think this is really important. And I think one more thing is every speaker want to combine theoretical studies with practical studies. From the practical problems rise and try to explain it from the theoretical analysis, then try to find the solution or suggestions to solve it, to try to facing and let the human being become wisdom and can have more ways to facing to treat such kind of problems. So I think we really got a success. Totally, we have about 20 speakers come from so many countries, so many disciplines, and so I think it's really very success. From the lectures, I think we have many things we should mention that maybe we need to have a more deep research. One is about the background. The whole background is globalization. Actually, globalization is really cover all the country, all the culture, all the different discipline and the location and every person. But really, globalization is changing. Sometimes I think it's fundamentally revolutionary and strangely and also unpredictably. So there are many things we should facing. So from this angle, I think our topic based on the globalization and its transformation, I think that's really our exploit. I think that's really a theoretical and the most practical problem we should face. From this, we may need to understand many things from this transformation. For example, if the people can really have peace, can have security, have safety, and especially for our different country, if we can get development, become richer, and if we can really let our life become better and better. So I think many scholars topic about this. In this especially period, how can people facing such kind of difficulty time? As myself, I always think one characteristics of human being is it can only go a new way. But what is really new? It's a progress. It's I think a new achievement for civilization that really lead us to think. I think this is the most important background for us and also problem we are facing. The third one is the AI, especially generative AI. I think this is really, we're going into a new period because this kind of change also happened very quickly. Combined with the globalization, it is not promote the progress. Maybe from some angle, we may find that AI promote the civilization, human being, economic development, daily life, everything. We seems become more wisdom and automatically and powerful. and we can get more achievement. But from another way, maybe it enlarged the difference between different people, different family, different location, different country, especially I think cause the new conflict. That's for the culture and the society. So I think from this angle, there are many things we still need to think. Some of our scholars asked for the information power and new social justice, or especially for the digital world. How can we really understand it? And the social capital, the city problem, especially the poor and the poverty. I think also this is really important for us. And how can we deal such kind of problem? Different people has different attitude, different social policies, and different moral standard. How can we really let all activities based on justice? Recent years, actually, we paid a lot of attention to global justice and the global governance, especially global good governance. I think especially Thomas Porgy and also our friend from Argentina, and also some Austria, and also we always discussed such kind of problem. How can we really facing such kind of new challenges? This is the second one. The third one is the social problems we are facing. Based on these two backgrounds, actually we may find many new social problems we are facing. So how can we really build a peaceful, justice, fair, and equal society? Actually, sometimes we feel we have enough power, wisdom to solve such kind of problem. Sometimes we think we may facing many problems. For example, some scholars talk the knowledge justice or information justice, and especially for AI. What's the difference between AI and the human wisdom? So I think this is really give us some special challenges. The new social problems we are facing, many of them really different with some others in the past. And especially even we call it the daily life's globalization. Actually, sometimes we think people's life already changed a lot. Some is progress, some maybe not progress. Some go to a good way, some maybe go to a, I think especially worry. Now we are especially facing the war in GSIS, especially I think also the war in Ukraine and some others. So this kind of problem become more popular, become more serious, become more frequently happening times seems more and more. So how can we really deal such kind of things? The last thing is about the social epistemology. I think today's lecture, most of us based on or each of the understanding to social epistemology. We hope we can have more chance to exchange the ideas about the social epistemology, social philosophy, politics, and the social cognition, social justice, social value system, and the social system reform, and especially in China, we always ask for the reform and the open door policy. And also we ask for promote all progress and let the Chinese progress can become the part of the world progress. How can every country can build or such kind of good society, then promote and to build a better world? I think this is the task also for social epistemology. Let the world become more, I think, global justice and global good governance, and like the theoretic practice can really follow the practical progress, and not only follow, and can leading, can promote. So how can we really do such kind of work? So actually, after this conference, we will have another chance. That's in South Korea. That's 26 World Congress for Politics. That's the biggest conference for politics. We will have a roundtable there. And if you are interested, we can also organize such kind of conference that will be happened in 12th July to July 16. I don't know exact time for us, but I will let you know. If you can join us, let us know. We will try to help you. And I hope we can continue such kind of discuss and can communicate in the special programs, and we can exchange our idea, and we can try to promote the theoretic studies and the practical studies. So thank you very much for your lecture. Especially thanks for the scholars. You are still here. I noted that from the beginning to now, so it's not easy for you. Whole day. Hope you have a good day, have a good life. Hope we have long time friendship and cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So I may suggest that if the person is still here, we take a group photo on the screen. Yeah. All of you open your, I think, yeah. Let us know you who are still here. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. 来抓紧那个 yeah, all we, oh yeah, or thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. Every person continue. And there are many. Yes. Good. Thank you very much. Yes. Oh, there are so many. Yeah. And more? Yes. Any more? Yeah. Thank you. 谁在截屏？都在吧？你看他都开了吧？有没有？ Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. I may have last one. I may say sorry for that because the whole conference is in English. You know it's not easy, especially for Chinese scholars and the students. We are not used to talk everything in English, not like our foreign friends. Yes, you can talk very well. And yeah, so we are still needed to learn from you and try to practice our English. And I think in the future, we can have a better English. Yeah, we can understand more and we can, yeah, learn more from you. Okay. 再来接, yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
谢谢。
Okay.
Thank you.
都截好了吧? Okay. We will go, yes, we on the site, we will take a photo. We will also send to you. Yeah, okay. We will send to you the pictures by email. Yeah, and the record. We will note your lecture and let you reported by all more people. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
Thank
Okay.
you. Bye bye.
拜拜，谢谢
Bye bye.
，Thank you。
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. Okay. 好。